Well, good morning. Good morning. Hey, James. Hey, Mr. Fumble. Hey, Happy. Uh, yeah. Excuse me. It's 8:34 my time. Yeah, Happy. You must be on the West Coast, cause y'all 2 hours behind us on the West Coast, and then you got Great Mountain Time that's in between us, and then you got the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? How y'all doing this good, lovely morning? Y'all, this is your med check reminder. Take your medications, y'all. And don't be like me and forget. Speaking of which, I need to take mine right now before I do forget. I'll be over here talking all this mess about y'all forgetting y'all's. Then I'll be over here not taking mine. I forget to take my own medication. So today I am going to come up with a Miss Watcher actually came up with a great idea, Therapy Thursday, right? And I totally think I misspelled therapy. I'm not sure. I'm half out of it. I'm half asleep this morning. But I need to make a little. I'm gonna make some stuff on Canva and do like a little therapy couch thing. But if nobody wants therapy, then I could always do true crime, right? Or we could just bullshit and talk. However it goes, it goes. I will say that today starts the Mendez brothers trying to get their resentencing. It's supposed to be today and tomorrow. So we're gonna see what happens with that situation. I've been waiting on a few trials to even start because I covered them, but that goes how that goes and shit. But how's everybody's day going? Also, Mr. Fumble, tell Miss Amby I said hi. Um, and she's beautiful inside and out, and I think her story is amazing. The fact that she raised an amazing young man, and you stepped up and stepped in to help raise that young man, and y'all have y'all's family. I think it's amazing. Hey, Hotspot. Yeah, the Lori Daybell thing, uh, that situation right there is crazy. She was the Doomsday Mom cult situation. If y'all followed her at all when that stuff, I mean, it's been steadily going down. But Lori Vallow Daybell plans to rest her case. She's the lady who had her kids were like starving to death, if I'm not mistaken. Happy, am I right on that? She's the lady who was starving her kids and shit like that because she was trying to be in this cult and all this other shit. Man, these cults are crazy nowadays. I'm like, damn. We had the now when I was younger, I do remember for our generation, the closest thing we had was when the FLDS church, the Latter Day Saints church, when the dude got popped for taking child brides. And then before that, which was, I believe, would be more so people that are older than me, would have been the Jones dude. I think that was during, when was that? No, no, she murdered him. See, I'm trying to remember because how many different women they've had with the cults shit. Oh, JG, and that was JJ and Tylee's mom. Okay, I know that story now. Now I know which story that is. That's the story where they couldn't find the kids and nobody knew where the kids was at and all this other shit. She's the lady who was with her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know exactly which one that is now. It took me a minute to figure it out. Happy the Lori Daybell stuff. Um yeah, that woman right there deserves life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty, in my opinion. Uh, Let me read y'all up on that. The Vallow Daybell doomsday murders consist of serial killings, including child murder, filicide, and spousal murder committed by the American couple Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell. The couple led a Mormon religious sect described in the media as a doomsday cult. The case was set in motion when Lori's daughter, Tylee Ryan, 16, and adopted son, Joshua Jackson J.J. Vallow, disappeared on September the 9th. and September the 23rd, 2019, respectively. Their remains were found in Rexbury, Idaho on June 9th, 2020. They had been buried on property owned by Chad, who was Lori's lover at the time of their deaths and had become her husband by the time their bodies were found. The case also involved the murders of Lori's previous husband, Charles Vallow, and Chad's wife, Tammy Daybell, as well as the attempted murder of Lori's nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. Lori's brother Alex Cox, who is believed by authorities to have participated in the crimes, died before he could be brought to justice. At the time of the murders, Chad and Lori were members of uh, that damn the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Day Saints. There it goes. There goes that church, man. That church, that'd be having some crazy stuff happen when people join that church. However, their beliefs had significantly deviated from the mainstream Mormonism. Chad was an apocalyptic author and publisher who claimed to have visions of the future, lived through multiple past lives, and prophesied the world would end in July 2020. Lori had come to share his fringe beliefs. She became convinced that she was a deity destined to play a role in a coming apocalypse and that her family was getting in the way of her mission. Lori was later nicknamed Doomsday Mom by the media. Kylie was last seen alive on September the 8th, 2019, and JJ on September 22nd, 2019. In late November 2019, after police questioned Lori about JJ's whereabouts, she and Chad abruptly vacated their homes in Idaho and left for Hawaii. As police searched for JJ, they discovered that Tylee was also missing. The children's cases attracted media attention as Lori and Chad refused to cooperate with law enforcement. Investigators revealed that the children's disappearances had been preceded and followed by the suspicious deaths of Lori and Chad's respective spouses, by a murder attempt of Brandon Boudreaux, then husband of Lori's niece. Lori and Chad had married 2 weeks after the death of Chad's first wife, Tammy. After the children's disappearances became known, Tammy's body was exhumed by law enforcement officials, revealing that she had been asphyxiated. On February 20th, 2020, Lori was arrested for desertion and non-support of her children. On June 9th, police discovered the remains of Tylee and JJ. During a search at Chad's home and property in Idaho, Chad was arrested on charges of destruction or concealment of evidence. On May 25th, 2021, Lori and Chad were charged with first-degree murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Prosecutors said that the couple had conspired with Cox to commit the murders, not only as a part of their apocalyptic beliefs, but also to remove obstacles into their affair and to collect life insurance money and the children's Social Security benefits, using religion to justify their crimes. Lori and Chad were tried separately. On May 12th, 2023, Lori was found guilty of all charges related to the killings of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. On July 31st, she was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. On May 30th, 2024, Chad was also found guilty of all charges. On June the 1st, she was sentenced to death. After her sentencing in Idaho, Lori was extradited to Arizona to stand trial there twice, first for the killing of Charles Vallow and then for the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Her first Arizona trial began on March 31st, 2025. Her second trial is in progress. Chad Guy Daybell was born August 11th. Oh man, he shares the same birthday as me, 1968, to a Mormon family and grew up in a neighboring city of Springville. He was accepted and enrolled in Brigham Young University after high school 1 year into college. He applied to be a missionary, for which he spent 2 years in New Jersey, and then he resumed his studies and graduated from BYU with a BA in journalism. He married Tammy Douglas on March 9th, 1990. They had 5 children. Chad worked for a time as a copy editor. You know what's crazy about this? I remember this case right here. Hey, Freeside. Hey, my honey. Um, what I think is crazy about this case is you didn't see him trying to off his children. He didn't off his kids. You know what I'm saying? His kids were perfectly fine. He didn't try to off his children, but he show offed her children. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Chad's first religion-themed novel, An Errand for Emma, was published in 1999 by the Springville, Utah-based publisher Cedar Fort Inc. He eventually left his employment at the cemetery to focus on his writing. In 2001, he published One Foot in the Grave, a nonfiction book that chronicled his experiences working in cemeteries. In 2004, Chad and his wife founded Spring Creek Book Company, which he used to self publish his beliefs regarding the end of times, as well as other religious themed books aimed at Latter day Saints audiences. By the end of the 2000s, the Daybells were facing financial problems. At that time, Chad Publishing Business provided an annual income of approximately $2,000. Both spouses had to work part-time jobs to supplement that income, with Chad being employed again as a cemetery sexton. Eventually, Chad salvaged his company and founded an audience among people concerned by the second coming of Jesus, becoming a popular author and speaker in some radical Mormon circles. He published dozens of fiction and nonfiction books by himself or other authors. Chad's novel often depicted apocalyptic situations and dystopian futures, featured characters based on his own family. A recurring theme in Chad's writing was a supernatural voice giving instruction and advice for him to his characters. He claimed to have two near death experiences that allowed him to receive supernatural visions from beyond the veil. He commented, I don't fictionalize any of the events portrayed in my books. I'm really not that creative. My torn veil allows information to be downloaded into my brain from the other side. The scenes I am shown are real events that will happen. Chad was also a regular contributor to Another Voice of Warning, AVOW, a Mormon paid forum where he discussed his near death experiences and thoughts on the future. Over time, Chad's religious beliefs became increasingly extreme. Jason Gwillem, the husband of Tammy's sister, later recalled that Chad's views had started changing around 2006 and 2007 as he became hyper focused on preparing for the end of times. In 2010 or 2011, Chad started claiming he had visions about how the end of the world would occur. In 2013, he began prophesizing there would be earthquakes, war, and destruction in Americas. During the 2010s, Chad became the publisher of apocalyptic, apocalyptic author and self proclaimed clairvoyant Julie Rowe. She and Chad made similar prophecies about the end of times and claimed that their own connections to the spirit world. Both were particularly popular among Mormon preppers who believed the end of the world to be imminent and considered regrouping in tent cities to await doomsday. Susan Freeman, another author published by Chad, later said that she had stopped working with him in the 2010s over concerns about his radicalizations and his deviations from Mormon teaching, becoming convinced that his beliefs were dangerous. In 2015, Chad claimed he heard the voice telling him to relocate to Ruxenberg, Idaho. He and Tammy moved there from Springville that June. Chad said that he had a vision that Utah would be devastated by an earthquake in 2015. Lori Vallow Daybell, also referred to as Lori Vallow Daybell, was born Lori Noreen Cox on June 26, 1973, in Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a Mormon family. Her parents adhered to sovereign citizen ideology and found themselves at one point in conflict with the IRS. In 1992, at the age of 19, Lori married her high school boyfriend, but the marriage ended in divorce shortly afterwards. In October 1995, Lori married again and had a son named Colby in 1996 before divorcing in 1998. She worked for some time as a hairdresser. In 2004, she was a contestant in the Miss Texas beauty pageant and on Wheel of Fortune. In 2001, Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., who legally adopted Colby. The couple's biological daughter, Tylee, was born in 2002. Lori and Ryan divorced in 2005, subsequently engaging in a bitter custody battle during which she accused him of SAing their children. Ryan eventually lost equal custody. Lori's brother Alex Cox attacked Ryan in 2007, claiming he had been abusive to Lori and the children. Cox served 90 days in jail for the incident. In 2020, Colby claimed during an interview that as a child he had been sexually abused by Ryan. In 2018, Ryan was found unalived in his apartment from what was determined to be an atherosclerosis cardiovascular disease. After Lori's arrest in 2020 and after a recording surfaced in which she mentioned wanting to ill Ryan like Nifia illed, police reviewed Ryan's death. Nothing was found to suspect foul play. In February 2006, Lori married Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, who commonly went by the name Charles. In 2013, the couple adopted Charles's grandnephew, Joshua Jackson J.J. Vallow, as the boy's birth parents were unable to care for him. Because of his biological parents' substance abuse, J.J. was born with drugs in his system and spent time in the neonatal intensive care unit. As a baby, he was taken care of for nearly a year by his grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock, before being adopted by Charles. JJ was eventually diagnosed with autism. Vallow and Daybell meet. Around 2015, Lori became interested in Chad's Standing in Holy Places series of books. Over the next few years, she became increasingly invested in radical religious beliefs, reading books about near-death experiences, and listening to podcasts by excommunicated Mormons. In October of 2018, together with Melanie Gibb and Zulma Passinis, who she had recently befriended, Lori attended a Prepping a People event where she met Chad for the first time. Gibb and Passinis both said that Lori had behaved in a very flirtatious manner with Chad at the conference. Chad claimed to Lori that they had been married in multiple previous lifetimes. They started communicating privately afterwards. After their initial meeting, Lori's husband went on a business trip, giving her the opportunity to hold a small overnight gathering at her home. Chad and Gibb were among the attendees, with Chad captivating Lori and the group by sharing his Mormon influence but unique beliefs. Lori developed a strong attachment to Chad and his teachings. The two eventually became lovers. On December the 5th, 2018, Chad and Lori appeared together on the Prepping a People podcast episode, Time to Warrior Up. The two were featured in several other episodes. A religious group formed around Chad and his teachings. He and Lori told their followers that they belonged to the Church of the Firstborn, of which Chad was the leader. The group included Lori's niece, Madeline Boudreaux, Gibb, Cox, and Passinis, who eventually became Cox's girlfriend and then wife. Gibb also co-hosted a radical religious podcast with Lori. Lori and Chad's beliefs. Reincarnation, a concept which is not accepted in the LDS Church, played a key part in Chad's religious views. He claims to have lived 31 previous lives on different planets and that Lori had lived 21 separate lives, 5 of which coincided with his own experiences on Earth. Lori eventually told Gibb that she and Chad were sealed due to their previous marriages in their past lives, despite their respective spouses still being alive. When Gibb suggested that Chad and Lori should divorce their spouses, Lori told her they were not allowed to because of information they were receiving from the other side of the veil. Chad also claimed to be a reincarnation of James the Less, that Lori had been James's wife under the name Elena, and that in did they take hold on, wait a minute. Hey Sleepy Rob, hey Michelle. Here's my question. Did they literally take a playbook from from Vampire Diaries? It's like they watched the Vampire Diaries, and you know where Elena and Stefan were supposedly like what do you call the reincarnations or whatever? Like, is it just me or did they take a playbook from the TV show? Like, I'm not laughing, this ain't funny necessarily, but it is kind of funny that they took from their teachings like they were like from the TV show. It's crazy. Chad also claimed other lives. Lori had been Mary French, the great grandmother of Joseph Smith, as well as the wife of the prophet Moroni. According to Chad, past lives were multiple probations on earth. This belief is shared by some Mormon fundamentalist groups who consider that such probations are necessary for one to teach exaltation. Chad characterized people as light or dark based on his assigning them an affiliation with Jesus Christ or Satan. He and Lori employed a unique scoring system for good and evil, assigning every person a rating from light to dark. According to their belief system, dark people were possessed by evil spirits. The group often joined in casting ceremonies where they would try to cast away evil spirits through prayer and scripture reading. They claimed that in some cases, possessed people could become zombies, and that the only way to banish a zombie was to kill the person. 7 women within the group, including Lori and Zulma Pasinisis, called themselves the Seven Gatherers and would do castings together, sometimes via Zoom. Chad and Lori also scored people on a vibration scale, deemed those having enough vibrations to possess special powers or to be translated. Their beliefs also included teleportation and dark and light portals. Chad claimed that he could create such a supernatural portals, which he used to interact spiritually with Lori, receiving revelations and travel to other realms. Chad predicted that the world would come to an end on July 22nd, 2020. He told his followers that he was guided by angels and could see hidden truths, while Lori claimed to have direct communications with God and Jesus. Lori came to believe that she was an exalted goddess with visionary powers and that she and Chad were destined to lead the 1,444 people who would survive when the world ended. Zuma Passanis later told investigators that Lori believed that, as an exalted being, she couldn't be held responsible for her actions on Earth. Lindsay Park, executive director of the Sunstone Education Foundation, commented that these beliefs could be categorized as Mormon fundamentalists, though without the polygamy aspect, or Mormon fanfic, as they took the fundamental tenets of the LDS Church and rewrote them to the extreme. Journalist Lee Soddy, who wrote When the Moon Turns to Blood about the case, said that Chad and Lori had been active at the fringes, the far right fringes of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and were able to meet due to ecosystem of extremists, the exits in those circles. The killing of Charles Vallow. By February 2019, Lori reportedly informed Charles that she no longer cared about him or JJ. She then vanished for 58 days. The same month, Charles filed for divorce, citing threats to his life, as well as to the theft of his truck and use of $35,000. $35,000 from their joint bank account. According to Charles's filing, Lori had told him that he was possessed by a dark spirit called Ned Schneider, that she was a god assigning to carry out the work of the 144,000 at Christ's second coming, which would happen in July of 2020, and that she would murder him if he got in the way of her mission. I'm going to say this in my question for that one. Why didn't he get that on recording? So when he went to that, went to go literally, hey, Fast Eddie. So when he went to go to that, when they do custody hearings, he could show that she's not in her damn right mind and she would have got none of the kids. I would have had that on recording. I would have had that on recording. And y'all, this was supposed to happen in 2020. That was like 5 years ago. What had happened was what had happened was 5 years. There ain't but one person in the universe that could tell us when the time is gonna be, when the world is gonna end, and that's Jesus Christ himself. Ain't nobody, or God, can't nobody else tell us but him. We don't know. And even this, I mean, deduction and reasoning, right? If we knew there was going to be a nuclear war, that's a whole nother story. We could deduct and we can reason. But, okay. Charles sought a protective order against Lori at the advice of his attorney. He withdrew the petition 1 month later, saying he wanted to try to make the marriage work. "No, Charles, you should have never withdrew that protection order, baby." Nevertheless, Charles had become so worried by Lori's actions that in February 2019, he changed his $1 million life insurance policy so the beneficiary would be his sister Kay rather than his wife. Lori was unaware of this until after Charles's death. Arizona police detectives later retrieved text messages between Chad, Lori, and her brother Alex Cox, which referred to Charles as Ned or Hippolos, the name of the spirit said to possess him. Lori told members of her religious group that her husband had become a zombie. Several followers repeatedly joined to pray for Charles's demise. Having discovered his wife's affair with Chad Daybell, Charles Vallow confronted Lori about it. 11 days before his death, he sent an email to Tammy Daybell to inform her that their spouses were cheating. Evidence later showed that Tammy had opened and deleted the message and blocked Charles's email. On July 1st, 2019, Charles told Lori that he planned to meet Tammy in person at that point. Lori and Chad were communicating constantly with burner phones. On July 11th, 2019, Charles went to pick up JJ at Lori's home in Chandler, Arizona. Alex Cox was present. An altercation occurred and Cox pow-powed and illed Charles, later claiming self-defense. Cox alleged that he had confronted Charles about abusing his sister and retrieving his pow-pow in response to being struck with a bat. Tylee told the police that she had witnessed part of the incident but had ran away from the house with JJ before the shooting. No charges were pressed. Neighbors reported that later that day they heard a pool party with loud music at Lori's home. Cox told Zulma Palestinians that she did not feel bad because she had killed a zombie. Before Charles's death, his attorney stated that he had been primarily concerned for JJ's safety and well-being, as the boy needed a constant routine due to his special needs. Charles was also concerned for Tylee, but he was unable to include her in the filings as she was not his biological daughter, nor had he filed to legally adopt her, and thus he had no legal standing. Days after Charles's death, Chad sent Lori a love story in the form of a series of text messages, the story, which investigators called a romance novel, told the meeting of James and Elena, and the names Chad had substituted for himself and Lori, and gave a detailed description of their actual relationship. By the end of August, Lori relocated to Rexenberg, Idaho, with her children. Alex Cox also moved there. Just before moving to Idaho, Lori sold JJ's service dog. That's so sad. While Lori and her children resided in Rexenberg, neighbors noticed JJ's erratic behavior, as Lori often left him outside without adult supervision for long periods of time. When confronted about this, Lori did not mention that JJ was autistic, but told neighbors that he was her niece's drug baby. Tylee was last seen on September the 8th, 2019 at Yellowstone National Park with her brother JJ, her mother Lori, and her uncle Alex. She was never enrolled at any school in Idaho, even though her mother had claimed she was attending BYU, Idaho. On September 17, 2019, a doorbell video captured JJ playing with a friend, the last known footage of him. His last attended Rexenberg's Kennedy Elementary School on September 20th. On September 22nd, Melanie Gibb and her boyfriend David Warwick were staying at Lori's home. Around 10:30 p.m., Warwick saw Alex Cox take JJ, who was sleeping, upstairs to his bedroom. This was JJ's last confirmed sighting. On the next morning, JJ was absent. Lori told Gibb and Warwick that JJ had been misbehaving, so his uncle Alex had picked him up. On September 23rd, JJ had an unexcused absence from school. The next day, Lori informed Rexenberg Elementary School that she would now be homeschooling JJ. In the months that followed her children's disappearances, Lori kept collecting the Social Security survivor benefits that each received after the death of their respective fathers. In October 2019, 2 Venmo payments were made from Tylee's account to her older half-brother Colby Ryan, with love expressing messages attached, which was the last time Colby had heard from Tylee. When he expressed concern towards Tylee via text, he received responses from her cell phone indicating she was safe but too busy to talk. After repeated calls to Tylee went unanswered, Colby became more worried. Brandon Boudreaux and Melanie Gibb later said that Lori and Chad were convinced Tylee and JJ were possessed and had become zombies. Zulma Palestinians testified that Chad had told his followers that JJ would die soon, only to come back as Colby's son. The FBI uncovered text message in which Lori and Chad discussed Tylee and JJ's possession and mentioned a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children. A text exchange between Lori and Alex Cox mentioned working on Z's, referring to zombies. Shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. On October 2nd, 2019, Brandon Boudreaux, the estranged husband of Lori's niece Melanie, was shot at from a Jeep while driving home to Gilbert, Arizona. The bullet missed Boudreaux's head by inches. Boudreaux, who had been close to Charles and Lori Vallow's family, recognized the Jeep as a vehicle used by Tylee Ryan. The Jeep drove away, but Boudreaux could give its license plate number to the police, who identified it as being registered to Charles Vallow. Melanie had become very involved with her aunt's religious activities during 2018 and had insisted that she and her husband buy food stockpiles from the end of the world. During the summer of 2019, she had demanded a divorce, which was not yet finalized when Boudreaux was shot at. Boudreaux said he had been blindsided by the divorce request, which he blamed on Melanie's involvement in her aunt's cult. After it had become known that Tylee and JJ were missing, Boudreaux was convinced that Charles's death, the children's disappearance, and the attempt on his life were all connected to Lori's religious group. In February 2020, Boudreaux filed a court document claiming that the attempt on his life was motivated by insurance money, that the gunman was probably Lori's recently deceased brother, Alex Cox, and that Melanie was likely aware of Tylee and JJ's whereabouts. By tracking Alex Cox's cell phone data, investigators later found that Cox had searched on the internet for directions to Boudreaux's address and had been present near Boudreaux's home during the hours before the shooting. On that day, Cox and Lori had communicated several times. Lori had later made internet searches about a shooting in Gilbert, Arizona. Murder of Tammy Daybell. In February 2019, Chad told his neighbors, Todd and Alice Gilbert, that he had a vision that Tammy would pass away before her 50th birthday. On October 9, 2019, Tammy reported being shot at in her driveway by a masked man with what she thought was a paintball gun. The man pulled the trigger several times, but the gun was apparently unloaded. Police believe that this was a prank and could not identify the man. 10 days later, Tammy was found dead in her home, apparently from natural causes. Chad claimed that she had retired the previous night with a terrible cough and died in her sleep. He said that Tammy had been experiencing low blood pressure, seizures, and negative reactions with the homeopathic medications, though nothing in her medical records supported this. Tammy's funeral was organized in Utah 3 days later after her death. Alice Gilbert later said that she had been surprised that the funeral came so soon and felt that it had been planned. The Gilberts also testified that, unlike his children, Chad did not seem devastated and had acted as in a business-like manner. Chad's sister-in-law, Heather Daybell, said that Chad's behavior at Tammy's funeral did not ring true and that he just didn't seem upset. Jason Gwillem said that he had felt Chad was not crying but trying to cry. During the service, Chad mentioned in his talk that Tammy suffered from depression, commenting that she was not easily to live with and called her lazy. According to reports, Chad Daybell received life insurance payouts after Tammy's death, totaling $430,000, equivalent to $529,000 in 2024. Tammy's body was not autopsied initially due to Chad's refusal and the coroner's acceptance of his decision. However, after Tammy's body was exhumed and autopsies, it was determined that she had been asphyxiated by someone. The autopsy results, completed by February 2021, were not publicly revealed until April of 2023 during Lori Vallow's Daybell's trial. Investigators later uncovered text messages between Chad and Lori claiming that Tammy was in limbo and possessed by the spirit Viola. At some point, Chad and Lori told their followers that Tammy had become a zombie. Alex Cox's phone was located near the Daybell's residence on October 9th, 4 hours before Tammy was shot at. It pinged again in the same area 10 days later, on the night Tammy died. Police found at Cox's home an AR-15 that resembled the description Tammy had made at the supposed paintball gun. Cox had made several internet searches about the use of an AR-15 on how a Grendel round would impact a Dodge Dakota, which was the car the Daybells owned. Prosecutors later said that the paintball gun spotted by Tammy on October 9th was a real gun, and that may have jammed or misfired, and that the shooter was probably Alex Cox. Zulema Pastanis testified that she had been with Lori and her niece, Melanie, to do a casting on the night Tammy was attacked in her driveway. At some point during the night, Lori talked with someone on the phone and became very angry, calling the other person idiot, moron, stupid. After hanging up, she commented, "Any idiot can't do anything by himself." Chad, Daybell, and Lori Vallow's marriage and flight. Chad introduced Lori to his children the day after Tammy's funeral. 1 week after Tammy's death, he also told Todd and Alice Gilbert that he had found the woman he would marry. Days later, Chad brought Lori to meet the Gilberts. Alice Gilbert described the situation as awkward, with Chad and Lori laughing and giggling and being very affectionate to each other, more than Gilbert had seen Chad be with Tammy. Chad also mentioned that Lori recently had a daughter who had passed away. Chad told Tammy's sister, Samantha Gwillem, that Tammy's spirit had appeared to him at the cemetery and advised him to move on. He also told Samantha that he and Lori had bonded over their recently dead spouses and that Lori had no children, so they would be empty nesters. Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii on November 5th, 2019, 2 weeks after their death. After the death, not yet known by others to be a killing of Tammy. 2 months after Tylee and JJ were murdered, also, a fact also not yet known by others, who did not even know that the children were missing. Apart from his children, Chad did not inform his family beforehand. Chad's mother discovered that he and Lori were married upon meeting Lori. Investigators later found in Lori's web history that she had ordered a pair of wedding rings in August 2019, several months before Tammy's death, and that she had searched for wedding dresses on the day of Tammy's burial. On November 26, police visited Lori's townhouse in Rexenberg for a welfare check on JJ at the request of his grandmother. Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Vallow Woodcock, a police detective, initially found Chad and Alex Cox at Lori's home. Both men acted suspiciously, with Alex Cox not knowing that it was Kay who had requested the welfare check, claiming that JJ was with his grandmother, and Chad, whom the detective knew was married to Lori, saying that he was a friend of Alex and that he hardly knew Lori. Police later reached Lori, who claimed that JJ was in Arizona with her friend Melanie Gibb. However, when they contacted by police, Gibb stated that JJ had not been with her for several months. That night, a neighbor observed Lori and Alex Cox packing a truck outside her home. The following day, when the police and FBI arrived to search the house, it was abandoned. Chad's home was also searched by investigators. Lori and Chad returned to Hawaii, where they resided in a gated community in Princeville on the island of Kauai, living off the money Chad had received from Tammy's life insurance. While searching for a home in Hawaii, Chad had written in an application that the couple had no children. Investigation and media coverage. Prosecutors in Idaho became involved in the case when the police requested a warrant for locating the Jeep for which Brandon Boudreaux had been shot at in Arizona. On December 6, 2019, Melanie Gibb contacted the police, revealing that both Lori and Chad had called her separately on November 26 and had asked her to tell the police that JJ was with her. Police efforts to locate JJ led to a discovery that Tylee was also missing. A connection was made between the investigations in Idaho and those in Arizona. Law enforcement agencies intensified their inquiries about the children's whereabouts, as well as Chad and Lori's departure from Idaho. It was also decided to further investigate Tammy's death. Her body was exhumed for an autopsy on December the 11th. On December the 20th, the Rexenberg Police Department announced that the children were officially missing and asked the public's assistance in locating them. Investigators expressed concern for the children's safety, asserting that they were not with Chad and Lori and that Lori had refused to cooperate with the investigation, opting to leave the state with Chad instead. Police also announced that the children's disappearance could be linked to Tammy Daybell's suspicious death. The next day, police said Lori and Chad were persons of interest. The case soon received national coverage, with family and friends describing Chad and Lori's cult-like beliefs in interviews and on social media posts. On December the 23rd, 2019, the Daybells released statements through a Rexenberg attorney who said that Chad Daybell was a loving husband and he was the support of his children in this matter, adding that Lori was a devoted mother who resents assertions to this contrary and that the allegations would be addressed once they have moved beyond speculation and rumor. Colby Ryan, JJ's grandparents, Larry and Kay Woodcock, and Chad's brother, Matt Daybell, issued messages asking Lori and Chad to return the children. On January the 7th, 2020, the Woodcocks held a press conference in Rexenberg offering a $20,000 reward for the children's return or for any information leading to them. On January 25th, 2020, after Lori and Chad were located in Kauai, law enforcement agents served them with a court order requiring Lori to physically produce within 5 days Tylee and JJ to the Idaho Department of Welfare or to the Rexenberg Police Department. The next day, police seized the couple's rental car and searched their rental townhouse in Princeville, where they found Taylor's debit card and JJ's iPad. Also on January 26th, the Daybells were confronted over the children's disappearance by East Idaho News reporter Nate Eaton. They refused to answer questions. In February 2020, authorities focused on a storage locker in Rexenberg that had been rented by Lori in October 2019. They discovered belongings linked to Taylor and JJ, including clothing, bikes, and photographs. These items have been left behind when Lori abruptly left Rexenberg in late November 2019. Video footage captured Lori and Alex Cox moving items to and from the locker before her departure. Death of Alex Cox. On November the 24th, 2019, Chad Daybell gave Alex Cox a patriarchal blessing, which he had no standing to give in the LDS church, saying that Alex had assisted him and Lori in ways that can never be repaid. Chad called Alex a prophet and a hero and predicted he would have a future as a messenger of the Lord. The recording of this blessing was later found by investigators on Lori's iCloud account. Alex Cox died on December 12, 2019. His death was attributed to blood clots and high blood pressure. The day before his death, Cox had been informed by Lori and Chad that Tammy Daybell's body was going to be exhumed. Zilma Pasalinas later testified that Cox had told her he was worried about being Lori and Chad's fall guy. Arrest and criminal charges. On February 20th, 2020, Lori was arrested in Hawaii by the Kauai Police Department. On March 5th, she was extradited back to Idaho. Lori faces charges in Madison County, Idaho, including 2 felony counts of desertion and non-support of dependent children, as well as 3 misdemeanors. Her bail was initially set at $5 million, but was later lowered to $1 million after her extradition to Idaho. In May, Lori appeared in court in Rexenberg to request a further reduction of her bail, which was denied. Multiple local bond companies were reportedly unwilling to work with her. After Lori's arrest, Chad returned to Idaho. He tried to convince the Gilberts to put their home up for bond to get Lori out of prison, claiming that Jesus had given him this idea. When Alice Gilbert asked him about the children and confronted him on what he had said about Lori's daughter being dead, Chad answered that it was a custody issue. He added at some point that Tylee didn't like people and did not like him, using the past tense. Discovery of the children's remains and Chad's arrest. On June 9th, police found human remains buried in unmarked graves in the backyard at Chad's home during a search of the premises. The bodies were located in an area in the Daybell family called the Pet Cemetery, as it had been used to bury their cats and dogs. As the property was being searched, Chad phoned Lori in jail to warn her about the situation. After police found him and began to unearth the bodies, he tried to drive off from the scene but was chased down and apprehended. He was arrested for obstruction for concealment of evidence. The next day, his bail was set at $1 million. Authorities had decided to search Daybell's property after tracking Alex Cox's cell phone. On September the 9th, 2019, the day after Tylee's last verifiable sighting, Cox's phone had pinged in the middle of the night at Lori's home. Then in the morning at Daybell's home, in the morning of September 23rd, the day after JJ was last seen. Cox's phone had again pinged at Daybell's property. The FBI also intercepted a September 9th text conversation between Chad Daybell and his wife. Chad told Tammy that he had shot a large raccoon after finding it in their backyard that morning and buried it in their pet cemetery. Investigators found that suspicious, as raccoons are normally nocturnal animals. On June 10th, the Woodcock and Ryan families confirmed that the human remains found on Chad's property were those of Tylee and JJ. This finding was officially confirmed by Rexenberg police 3 days later. Tylee's body was burned, her hands had been cut off, and her bones were fractured in several places, from which forensic examiners deduced that someone had attempted to dismember her. JJ's body was wrapped in plastic, unlike Tylee. He had been burned with great care under rocks and buried with great care under rocks and wooden planks. Why did I say, yeah, because of her being burned. I accidentally said burned on him. It was determined that JJ had been asphyxiated with a plastic bag and duct tape over his mouth. Due to the state of her remains, Tylee's cause of death could not be determined and was ruled a homicide by unspecified means. Tylee's DNA was found on a pickaxe and a shovel seized in Chad's home. Alex Cox's fingerprints and Lori's hair were found on the plastic and duct tape on JJ's remains. In August, Chad Daybell was excommunicated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on the basis of his religious teachings, which the media has later described as a doomsday cult. Charges. On July 2nd, 2020, prosecutors dropped 2 charges against Lori related to gestation and non-supported dependent children and instead charged her with obstruction or concealment of evidence regarding her children's remains. On July 17th, in light of 2 felony counts against Lori having been dropped, her bond was lowered by Madison County Judge Michelle Mallard. The bond was set at $50,000 for each charge, totaling $150,000. It was further noted that Chad would still need to post $1 million in the Fremont County to be released from jail. On May 25th, 2021, Chad and Lori were indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, as well as grand theft by deception regarding the children. Lori was also charged with grand theft related to her children's Social Security survivors' benefits. Chad faced an insurance fraud charge related to Tammy's life insurance policy. In June 2021, Lori was indicted by a grand jury in Maricopa County, Arizona, on one count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder for the death of Charles Vallow. Police documents read, the evidence shows that Charles' death was a planned event and necessary to prevent Charles and others from confronting Lori about her extreme religious beliefs when he came to town. The death of Charles Vallow was also necessary in order for Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow to marry and fulfill their religious prophecies. In July of 2021, prosecutors in Maricopa County decided not to prosecute Chad Daybell in connection with the death of Charles Vallow, citing no reasonable likelihood of conviction. In September of 2021, Chad Daybell's children issued a statement defending their father's innocence and claiming he had been fooled in the worst, most deadly way possible by Lori Vallow. In 2022, Lori was indicted by a grand jury on one count of first-degree premeditated murder related to the claims that she conspired with her brother to kill Brandon Boudreaux. Prosecutors believe that Lori hoped to access Boudreaux's money through her niece. Trials. Idaho. A jury for the Madison County charges against Lori were initially set for January the 25th to the 29th of 2021. On May 27, 2021, Lori was found incompetent and unfit to stand trial, and her case was stayed. On April 11, 2022, she was deemed competent to stand trial after mental health treatment. On October 6, 2022, after Lori's attorney filed several motions, Judge Stephen W. Boyce issued an order indicating the case was suspended until her competency to stand trial could be determined. On November 16th, she was once again found competent. Lori and Chad both pled not guilty to all charges in Idaho. Their cases were split in March of 2023 at Chad's request. The reasons were that Chad had waived his right to a speedy trial, and his attorney said that they needed more time to review DNA evidence. Chad's attorney also cited that mutually antagonistic nature of the defendant's position. Since Lori had not waived her right to a swift trial, the court ruled that her case would proceed as planned. Lori. On March 21st, 2023, the judge removed the death penalty from Lori Vallow Daybell due to newly uncovered DNA evidence discovered too close to the trial to be tested and admitted into court. Lori's trial began April the 3rd, 2023 in Boise, Idaho. She did not testify in her own defense. Her lawyers did not call any witnesses, while the prosecution called about 60 people to testify. In light of the evidence that pointed to Alex Cox's direct involvement in the murders, prosecutors stated that Lori Vallow Daybell had groomed and manipulated her brother into participating in her crimes. Lori's sister, Summer Shefflett, testified that Alex had suffered brain damage in a car accident and that his decision-making was struck at a teenager level. Zilma Pastanini said that Alex was entirely under the influence of Chad and Lori, who had convinced him that he was a reincarnated warrior of God and that the only reason he had come to Earth was to protect Lori. In his closing argument, Lori's attorney, Jim Archibald, depicted her as being under Chad Daybell's psychological control. On May 12, 2023, Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty of all criminal charges. On July 31, 2023, she was sentenced to consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole for respectively the murder of Tylee, the murder of JJ, and the conspiracy to commit murder charge of Tammy, in addition to fines and restitution for the grand theft charges. Judge Boyce said that Lori had murdered her children to remove them as obstacles and to profit financially by choosing the most evil and destructive path possible and going down a bizarre religious rabbit hole to justify their killings. Before her sentencing, Lori made her first public statement since her arrest. She said that she had been speaking to Jesus as well as to her children and to Tammy, and that Tylee, JJ, and Tammy were happy and extremely busy in heaven. She also stated Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen, suicides happen, fatal side effects from medications happen. Lord have mercy. No, she didn't. She crazy as hell. Chad, on November the 9th, 2023, Chad Daybell's legal team filed 3 motions to remove the death penalty in his murder trial. The final motion stated that Lori had manipulated Chad through emotional and sexual control and that Chad had lesser culpability than his co-defendant, who did not face the death penalty. The motions were denied in December. Chad Daybell's trial opened on April 10th, 2024. In his opening statement, prosecutor Rob Wood depicted him as a man motivated by sex, money, and power, and craving for significance, who saw his spouse and Lori's children as obstacles to his rightful destiny. Chad's attorney, John Pryor, painted him as a religious man who had been lured into adultery by Lori Vallow. His statement was also focused on Alex Cox's history of violence and his role as Lori's protector. On May 16th, Chad's defense team filed a motion for acquittal after it appeared that an amended indictment had incorrectly listed J.J. Vallow's death as having occurred between September the 8th and 9th. Hold on, y'all, just a minute. Sorry about that, guys. Also, hey Catfish, hey Miss W, hey the South Memphis show. Um, I'm sorry, we had to go. I had to go turn off. We have workmen coming this morning. So I had to go show people what to do and all this other stuff. So I had to do something right quick. Sorry about that. So let's get back to where we were reading. It says incorrectly listed J.J. Vallow's death as having occurred between September 8th and 9th, 2019, instead of September 22nd or 23rd. Judge Boyce ruled that the clerical error was not ground for acquittal. 2 of Chad's children, Emma and Garth, testified in their father's defense and said that their mothers had been experiencing health problems and was getting tired extremely easily. On the contrary, 3 former colleagues of Tammy Daybell said that she had seemed healthy and energetic up until the day before her death. Tammy's sister also testified that Tammy had seemed fine when she visited her on October the 14th, 2019. Chad did not take the stand during the closing arguments. Prosecutor Lindsay Blake summarized that the evidence that pointed to Chad's crucial role in coordinating and giving a religious justification to the murders. Pryor painted Lori and Alex Cox as the true culprits, stating that Lori had been motivated by greed and that she had manipulated Chad all along and that Chad would likely have been her next victim. On May 30th, 2024, the jury found Chad Daybell guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy in the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. He was also found guilty of grand theft by deception related to the children's killing and insurance fraud related to Tammy. The Woodcocks expressed their satisfaction at the verdict. Larry Woodcock commented about Chad and Lori's crimes. What did they accomplish? Nothing. What did they do? They destroyed families. It was confirmed that the prosecution would seek the death penalty for Chad. After his sentencing hearing, Chad chose not to present any mitigation evidence. On June 1st, 2024, he was sentenced to death. For the insurance fraud charges, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison, each to run concurrent to the death and to the restitution of 130,000 plus 300,000. Since Chad had been deemed indigent, no fines were added to the insurance fraud sentence. Tammy Daybell's extended family, Matt and Heather Daybell, as well as the Boudreaux, Cox, and Schiller families, issued statements expressing their relief at the end of the trials and their thoughts for the victims and praising the work of law enforcement, prosecutor team, judge, and jurors. In November of 2023, Lori was extradited to Arizona to face her 2 conspiracy charges there. She pled not guilty to both. In February of 2024, her trial was scheduled to begin on August 1st of the same year, though the judge mentioned that it might be moved to a later date due to the amount of evidence to process. In June, Lori's defense team in Arizona filed a motion to request a delay for the trial. Lori objected and continued to assert her right to a speedy trial. On July 2nd, the lawyers requested and granted the trial date to be moved to February 24th, 2025. In October of 2024, hold on, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, good morning, Twisted. Good morning, D Ham Show. Good morning, y'all. Sorry. All that stuff going on. Whoo! You gonna get on the boat today, Michelle? But as we were stating, let me go back to where I was reading. In October 2024, Colby Ryan posted on his YouTube channel that the recording of a telephone conversation he had with his mother from her prison. During the exchange, Lori claimed that she received higher knowledge directly from Jesus and was on a divine mission, said that Tylee and JJ had visited her in spirit and suggested that Tylee had accidentally killed JJ and then taken her own life in remorse. Colby commented that his mother was beyond deceived. Also, in October 2024, Lori's attorneys made a request for a competency hearing. 1 week later, she requested to waive her rights to counsel and act as her own lawyer. At a December 5th, 2024 hearing, Lori was deemed by a doctor to be mentally fit and competent to stand trial. The judge also granted Lori's request to represent herself. Lori said at the hearing that she had real trial experience and had been studying case law since her incarceration. The court decided that Charles Vallow's case and the Brandon Boudreaux case would be tried separately. The judge moved again the trial date for Charles Vallow conspiracy case, this time to March 31st, 2025. Her trial over the murder attempted on Brandon Boudreaux was eventually scheduled to begin in late May. On March 7th, 2025, Dateline NBC and Lori's first ever media interview during a combative exchange with Keith Morrison, she maintained her innocence, tried again to pin JJ's death on Tylee, and claimed that Jesus had shown her that she and Chad would be exonerated and released from prison in the future. She told Morrison that she might go on Dancing with the Stars after her release. Lori's trial over Charles's death began on March 31st with jury selection. Lori told jurors that their role was to protect her from the state. During her opening statement on April 7th, Lori maintained that Alex had shot Charles in self-defense. The prosecution said that Charles' shooting was a ploy by Lori so she could access her husband's life insurance policy and marry Chad. In 2020, Investigation Discovery released the 3-episode documentary series entitled Doomsday: The Missing Children, which contained first-hand accounts of JJ's grandparents, Larry and Kay Woodcock, Lori's brother Adam Cox, and former KPHO TV reporter Kim Powell. In 2021, Lifetime Movie Network released a dramatization of Lori Vallow's story as made-for-TV movie titled Doomsday Mom. Also marked as Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story, starring Lori Lee Smith as Lori Vallow. In 2022, Netflix released the 3-episode documentary series called Sons of Our Mother, mostly centered on the perspective of the surviving children and Tylee's older brother, Colby Ryan. The story of the case was subjected in a 2022 book, When the Moon Turns to Blood, by investigator journalist Lee Stotty. No, Miss Bambi, there was no sound. I'm so sorry about that. Good morning, beautiful. I had to mute up again. There's a lot going on this morning because of we're having a worker come to the house and fix a water pipe thing juice situation. with the hot water heater or something. It went like, yeah. So I've been having to deal with that and having to go turn off everything and make sure everything's good. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happened that the person's coming in just like an hour or so. So I had to get it done before they come. And it just happened to come into my streaming time. And so, yeah. But we were talking about the Lori, the Vallow and Daybell case with Lori and Chad. We were talking about that situation, and how that woman crazy as a fucking loon, but she knew exactly what she was doing when she unalived her children. She knew exactly what she was doing. That woman is crazy. Let me look up some information right quick on that situation. Yeah. So that lady is just she crazy as hell. Sorry about that, y'all, but yeah, I'm looking right now to find us some more information. Let's share screen. Present.
Brian Buckmeyer, Brian, that was something quite unbelievable to listen to there. You saw the judge sort of go through and he out loud talked about all of the things that he was weighing. He even went on to say that he knows that she's been a model, inmate. He says that he knows she has a complicated mental health diagnosis. And then he really took a turn and he had some strong language as he laid down these 3 consecutive life terms in prison. How significant is that he made a point that these are consecutive, they're not concurrent?
Yes, it is a big point. You saw the hesitation he had there where he said it's basically academic. If you're going to give someone life in prison without the possibility of parole, whether it's 1 life or 20, they're in jail for the same time. But I think he said it quite eloquently and made a lot of sense to say, these are separate murders at separate times. He didn't run the conspiracies to kill JJ or Tylee consecutive with the murders and the conspiracy of that Tammy. He was very thoughtful to think 3.
This is not just a stop for allergy meds. This is a great price on what you need to survive the season.
Quick question.
Backed by an expert. Right in your neighborhood.
Thanks so much.
Walgreens.
People murdered, I'm going to run these consecutively, and the rest can run concurrent, but his words are very powerful, and I don't think that there's any confusion as to how he felt in this case.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you heard her defense team say we would prefer a fixed term of some 20 years is what they were asking for. But then you hear the judge say she's done nothing to be granted leniency from this court at all. He really went hard on the fact that she had no remorse for what she had done.
Yeah, I think the defense did a phenomenal job with what they had. The idea of rehabilitation, that they went through the different factors as to why we incarcerate people. And from a philosophical standpoint, I agree with them. You can't just throw people away. You have to create incentives for which they would become better, because we want prison not to be where we just throw bodies and never see them again, where we actually see rehabilitation back in society. However, I understand she has the right to give her final words, but those words did not help her in any way, shape, or form, nor did the facts of this case. And so I think the judge made the most logical decision in how he sentenced her consecutive to almost give her absolutely no hope, because I think she gave no hope to other people who are affected by this case.
Yeah, let's unpack that a little bit, what you just said about her words really not helping her at all. I mean, at one point, she talked to the judge about having essentially an out-of-body experience and or dying after being given an IV while she was giving birth to her daughter, Tylee. These are some of the things that she described in court. And then, as I mentioned, went on to say no one was murdered. Instead, she talked about suicides. She talked about accidents and bad reactions to medicine.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out myself, and I started to chuckle. I was listening to this, and as a law and crime host, I've seen hundreds, if not over a couple thousands of sentencings now. As a former public defender and now defense attorney at Hamilton and Clark, I see these all the time, but that was the most bizarre final moments I've ever seen a defendant speak to the judge. And I think it only solidified in the judge's mind, and I think he said that as well in part of his sentencing, there's no remorse here. You truly believe these concepts to the point that I think it would be right for the judge to fear that she may do this to her other children. She may do this to other family members, because this is a strongly held belief that these children were not murdered and that there was some sort of good that came of this that she may enjoy in another life.
Wow, just unbelievable. Brian Buckmeyer, our thanks to you. And of course, this all is far from over, everybody. She has other charges.
So, hey, Mr. Truck. Hey, David. Good morning, everybody. Mr. David and everybody. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up and talk about the Lori, the Lori Vallow or Chad Vallow case. This case is absolutely just bizarre as shit. It's crazy. Like, these people were psychopaths, and believed like a cult. They believed they used calling people zombies to say that it was, justified in the killings. Like, there was justification. And right now she is still going to court for another charge. She already got 3 life sentences for Chad's wife and her 2 children. Now she's also she's going through the trials from David, but when she tried to unalive her niece's husband, and for where she unalived her husband, or her brother did, and they claimed it was self-defense, and it was not. It was a conspiracy. They pretty much killed their spouses to get together. And then, but here's the thing: why didn't he try to unalive his kids? Why did he have to unalive her kids? You know what I'm saying? Like, why unalive her children? Well, I mean, her children were younger, but that's like, he didn't want to do nothing to his kid. You get what I'm saying? All his kids are fine. Yeah, that's messed up, Michelle. He liked his kids more. He did not care what happened to hers, and she didn't obviously care because she was involved with it. It's crazy. I don't know of any woman who loves her kids would go that far for someone, but there are crazy people out there, and crazier things have been done. The bad part is they were the ones that brainwashed everybody else. That's the bad part, Michelle. Them 2 was the one that was brainwashing everybody else. They made up this whole fake thing and brainwashed other folks to do their crazy mess. Like, oh my God. I do remember that man, and they are completely psychotic, both of them. The reason they were together is because, they were fated in the past. I swear to God, they got their storyline for their doomsday cult, part of it, from the TV show, from Vampire Diaries. Okay, you know where Stefan and Catherine, and Catherine ended up being, like, they were reincarnated and all that shit. She called herself the same damn name. I'm like, you named yourself after a TV show? Them bitches was crazy as hell. I hope they don't never get out. And thank God, and her oldest child was, old enough to be away, or he wouldn't be here today either. But what's sad is that poor JJ was autistic, and like, it's no telling what those children, because they basically stated with JJ, he was asphyxiated, right? They put a bag over his head. And it's really sad to know what his last moments were probably like. And it's sad to state they couldn't even tell you what happened to Tylee, because of the fact that she was so decomposed. The only thing that they can, she had fractures to her bones. They tried to cut her up. She had burn marks. You know, it's sad because with her being quote unquote normal per se, right? Then there's no telling how she tried to fight back and what they did to her. You know, and what her last moments were. JJ probably didn't even know what was going on at first, you know, and they probably, I will say this, they probably did give the kids or give them something to make them sleep or something or another, because they, being healthy children at one time, probably fought back. There's no telling. I've heard story of Tylee was talking about how they were, you know, not being like, it's just, yeah. And JJ wasn't even her kid, and the grandparents wanted JJ back and tried to get JJ back. Why, if she didn't want that kid, did she not give JJ to his grandparents? And technically Tylee could have went with you know, her stepfather if she didn't want kids and she wanted to move on and she wanted to have this, that, and but you know, because the not the stepdad that had the last one that she unalived, but the one previously had actually adopted Tylee and had actually you know, they adopted JJ, but he ended up dying from cardiovascular means, which I think she had something to do with that too. I think she unalived him too. I think she gave him something to make him have a heart attack. And I think that's when her crazy really started. And I really think, and I hoped that, I don't understand some of these people and why they unalive children. Instead of just, if you're not going to do right by your kids, just give them up. Do the right thing for the child. It ain't their fault. You're crazy. Like, don't do it. Don't hurt the kids. Let the kids, like, to somebody else, anybody else, even if it's to the state, whatever you got to do. Like, it just kills me. Yeah, if it wasn't for her oldest son, Colby, not hearing from Tylee and from the grandparents not hearing from JJ, they would have never been looking for those kids. They would have never looked into it. And the other two, they would have got away with. And those kids, it would have been 20, 30, 40 years by the time they figured out the kids wasn't there. They would have got away with it if it wasn't for people looking, like people who actually love them. Like Colby, the oldest brother, her oldest child, had not heard from Tylee at all. And Tylee always talked to him. And then the grandparents of JJ, who were actual blood relatives, but they could not care for him. That's why they allowed Lori Vallow's previous husband that passed away of a heart problem before the last one that she murdered and unalived. He actually was JJ's biological uncle or something like that. And he adopted him for that purpose because the grandparents were not in perfect health to be able to take care of him. So he was like, yeah, I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? And they ruled his passing away as a problem with his heart. I believe that she gave him something that caused that. I believe she's a black widow. Now, her first two marriages ended in divorce. Tylee's dad was one of her first husbands, or a one-night stand or something like that, or a passing relationship. But it's really sad. Hey, Miss Crystal Ann, good morning. We're talking about the Lori Vallow and the Chad Daybell case. Or maybe I just said that backwards. But anyway, the Daybell Vallow case, pretty much. Them people were crazy as shit. And for anybody to follow them, after hearing about what, I mean, that's just, I swear, oh God, that was some crazy shit. She thought she will be like, it says Lori Vallow Daybell's messages reveal plans before Charles Vallow's death, prosecutors say. Lori Vallow Daybell exchanges messages with her brother, Alex Cox, about becoming like Nephilia, who 2 days before Cox fatally shot Charles Vallow, prosecutors said. Lori Daybell uses a fake email account to communicate with Chad Daybell months before the shooting, inviting him to visit, the state said. After the shooting, Lori Daybell sent Chad Daybell images of Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy, according to Chandler police detective. They were quite literally just mopping up on people's insurances and different things like that. They claimed the children were still alive because the children were drawing off her previous husband's Social Security because he passed away of a heart condition, and he had adopted Taylor. He adopted Taylor and JJ. He had he was Taylor's dad, wasn't he? But anyway, he was the father to both, even though he passed away. Her second husband that she unalived, or third or fourth, she'd done been married 2 times previously, but they don't say much about those husbands. They didn't last long. Her very last husband that she unalived wanted to adopt Taylor, but didn't have the right to, and had adopted. That story, hold on, I got to go back to the storyline. So let me get this right again. I may be mistalking. Let me get it right. JJ was her last husband's nephew or cousin or something, and he adopted him, right? The Vallow guy. And then the dude before that was Taylor's dad, if I'm not mistaken. That whole story is so convoluted. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with it. I just read all about it, and I'm still trying to keep up with who's who, because she had 5 different husbands. Poor Taylor and JJ, they didn't deserve none of that. And they're going to get their just desserts when it comes to time. When they, that lady's crazy as shit, y'all. I ain't never seen somebody damn so psycho in my damn life. But they're basically trying to get her with Charles Vallow's death, because they did rule it as, with her saying and the brother saying that the dude threatened and blah blah this, they ruled his death as a self-defense. It was not a self-defense. They never, there was no self-defense in that case. They planned that out. They had him come over that day, and I'm betting it was, to try to see the kids or do something for the kids, and they intentionally unalived this man. It's so sad what happened to these beautiful children. They did not deserve any of that. It really doesn't. I mean, she's already facing life sentences, 3, and not consecutive, concurrent. When they say not consecutive, which means they did it, when they do that, when they do consecutive, that means she could have got out in 30 to 45 years. But where they're running them the way they're running, she has to do 35 years for each individual one. So that is 30, at least 30 to 45, I believe, is what they let you out after, or you have a possibility of parole, but she has no possibility. So even if, let's say, she did get a possibility, 30 plus 30 plus 30 would be 90 something years, 100 something years. There's no way she'll ever get out. Even if she got the possibility for parole, she still wouldn't get out, because she has to do 30 years, 35, 40 years, the first one, 30, 45 years, the second one, and the third one. They do not coincide with each other. So that means that she has to do each individual one and not all together. I feel so bad for Colby. Could you imagine being her oldest child and knowing how crazy your mom is, and that she unalived your little brother and your adopted little brother and your sister, like his actual blood sister and his adopted brother? Could you imagine, like, that's how you find out that your sister passed away, and you know, even though you got justice, you still don't know exactly what happened to your sister because your mom is so fucking psychopathic. Like, that's just that poor Colby. I just feel so bad for him. Hold on, we're gonna listen to something right quick. We're gonna listen to some evidence, y'all. This is supposedly her insurance calls when she claimed the $1 million.
Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 8. And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay. Okay. Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me. Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address? Sure. It's 55.
And we also know that he did have it changed, that she is not the beneficiary, but she thinks she is. He had changed it to his sister and not her.
5249. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori.
Of course, they have to mute for, purposes, even though all her information is out there. They're, keeping private information private.
All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Okay, I do have the policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call. Yeah. I missed you. Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up. Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy? Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80%, and we added 2 people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner. Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. And with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time. Okay, so maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So. Okay, so I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years. Oh, I'm sorry. So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money. Right, no, I understand that. But now I will be with none. So, but did he change it to one person, or was it several people? Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry. Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent. Okay. So got it. Okay. We deal with this business all the time, so I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised. Right. We have our 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together, so I am surprised that he would do that without telling me. I'm so sorry. So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community coverage, and it's his policy. No, this is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy. Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy? Not if he was the agent. He would have had to own the policy, but I can certainly check. But if he would have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder. I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up. Okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you. It's under Lori Vallow. It would be under Lori and Vallow. We have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Centerlife. I'm not showing that it's with us. Okay. It might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies. Right. I could call them and I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean, I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you have concern if
Right.
something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as
Correct,
I know on
yeah.
my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
Because
you know,
what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's a contingent beneficiary named, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay. No, not a problem. All right. You take care.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
That lady right there handled that shit so professionally. But could you imagine how surprised? And yeah, I want to know that too, Catfish. Where did she get 5 kids? Where did she get 5? Because technically her oldest son, Colby, did not live with her, right? And so she only had Taylor and JJ. Where did she get the other 3 kids? And even if she counted Colby, where'd the other 2 kids come from, right? So how did she say, where did the other 5 kids, where'd the 5 kids come from? Yeah, the Madeline Soto case, Miss Deb, I'll tell you that one breaks my heart also. But my question is, where did she get 5 kids? Like, where did she get 5 kids from that? That just, I still can't understand. How did she come up with the 5 kids to the insurance? But could you imagine how surprised she was? And come to find out, he had changed his policy holder because of her threats. Back in March, I believe they said in the news thing to his sister. The dude that Lori Vallow was with, Chad, has also been, has been sentenced for these crimes, and he had kids, but I believe his children were older, or something. He had 5 kids, so maybe that's what she's claiming. If I'm not mistaken, Chad and his wife had 5 children. So I don't know if like she, decided that was going to be their thing or what happened there, but that lady is batshit crazy. Like, and the Madeline Soto case. Oh, let's. And when those kids were found, I think I cried because I was hoping without hope that they were alive. I knew they weren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you know something, but you're hoping that's not true. I hate when children are, unalive because of stupid people. And the Madeline Soto case really upsets me, Miss Deb. Hey, Miss Jean, because with the Madeline Soto case, her mom knew this dude was doing that to her kid. And when I played it one day, Miss Deb, where when they were doing the interrogation of Madeline Soto's mom, that she cared more about what would happen to that dude than what happened to her child. I've seen stuff like that, Catfish. I have seen that with people with dementia and stuff, and it's really messed up. But with the I'm kind of glad the Vallow guy did take her off, because obviously her unaliving him and doing what she did to JJ and Taylor, she showed didn't deserve that policy whatsoever. So I'm glad his family got it. My grandmother had a dude who swindled her out of all shit ton of money. And at one time, my mom was the only one that was turnkey for her to help protect her. And this dude talked my grandmother out of taking my mom off of it and putting him on it. And he swindled her out of a shit ton of money. And I told Granny she should take him to court and do all those things. She did take out papers. But come to find out, this dude had they wouldn't extradite him for any of these charges, and he had a shit ton in other places too. Like a shit ton of scamming, a shit ton of stuff. He was a criminal, and it was terrible. Yeah, I think Madeline's mom should be charged too. Every time I watch the interrogation of her mom, I get so like mad. I get angry because hearing her like talk about her daughter like that, like it really bothers me. It says cause of death revealed for Madeline Soto, 13, whose mother's boyfriend is accused of molesting and illing her. Authorities have released the cause of death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto, who disappeared prompted the arrest of her mother's boyfriend. Earlier this year, Soto was found dead in a wooded area on March 1st, days after she was reported missing on February 26th from her Kissimmee, Florida home. The Orange County Sheriff's Office previously said a medical examiner had now ruled the manner of her death as homicide and determined she died as a result of strangulation. Before her body was found and while investigating her disappearance, police arrested her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, 37, on charge. And did y'all hear where she said she sent that baby up to bed with him? That 13-year-old needed to be put to bed by him, and they were to sleep in the same room. What the fuck parent does that? This dude ain't even her dad, but even in the first place, I don't know of any dad that's going to climb in bed with their 13-year-old daughter instead of sleeping in their own bed or sleeping on the couch. It makes me sick when I hear about this story. Sick to my stomach what this baby went through. She does. She needs to go to jail forever, ever. Did y'all hear the interrogation of where the cop had to tell her straight up? The cop, yeah, he was drugging that baby, and they were doing all different kind of things about it, and that mama was basically selling her baby to this man. She said that she needed sleep, so she sent them to bed together. What the teetotal F? First off, what 13-year-old needs to be tucked into bed? At 13 years old, I was getting myself up for, school. At 13 years old, my mom didn't have to stay on me about taking baths. I was taking my own baths. She didn't have to do anything. She told me, this is what time you need to go to bed, blah, blah, blah. But they didn't really stand on me. So if I stayed up a little later, it was on me. I knew that if I didn't get up when I was supposed to. Now, if this child, let's say this child was autistic and had a lot of issues, that might be a little different, right? But she did have a disorder, but at the same time, she could very well put herself to bed. She could very well take care of herself. She could feed herself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know of any father who sleeps in the same bed with his 13-year-old daughter. Most dads, let's say the mom didn't want you in bed with them. Where are they going to go? The couch. They're going to go sleep on the couch. This woman knew what she was doing. This woman pisses me off. And the fact that they have not charged her really ticks me off. And look at this ugly. Like, this woman, just look at that beautiful baby. So sad to me that baby's life is cut short because of some dumbass. And why they have not arrested her mama is something that really ticks me off. Really ticks me off that they have not arrested her mom, because her mom deserves jail. Like, it's just, she knew for a fact he was doing that to Madeline. Like, right here, news thing. Madeline Soto's mom admits to knowing Stephen Stearns was grooming and abusing her daughter. She knew about it. Why haven't they brought her up on charges yet? Please tell me they're going to do it.
Accidents don't just happen between the hours of 9 to 5. That's why we make ourselves available to talk with you 24/7. For a fairer fight, day or night, you know who to call.
Also developing this evening, we're learning more about the investigation into the murder of 13-year-old Maddie Soto. Her mother's boyfriend is accused of sexually abusing her and killing her.
And new documents show that Maddie's mother may have known about that alleged abuse. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger has been going through all the new documents today and joins us live here in the studio tonight. So, Marie, Jennifer Soto has not been charged in this case.
She has not, but the new evidence shows detectives repeatedly questioned her about the relationship between her daughter and her boyfriend. In a fiery conclusion to an Orange County Sheriff's Office incident report, a detective writes Jennifer Soto continuously protected the man accused of sexually abusing and killing her daughter. During one interview, a deputy questioned Soto about why she seems to prioritize Stephen Stearns over her daughter. At one point during that conversation, she referred to, quote, the sex stuff as not evil. The detective writes, it appeared to me that she had already accepted the victimization that was happening, and her emotion appeared fictitious.
That doesn't sound like you've ever had any concerns about Stefan. You know him really well. You've never seen anything wrong.
I was very vigilant for the first few years of how he would interact with her and what he would do, and I would question if anything was weird, but nothing ever was truly weird.
Recorded interviews with Stearns' father show him questioning how trustworthy his own son is.
Something's going on. Look, he spent a lifetime lying to us, and it's just never gotten better. Before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, do we really know Stefan? Can we honestly say we really know?
But Soto trusted Stearns enough to let him sleep in the same bed with her daughter, unsupervised.
Of course, it would weird anyone out. A little girl sleeping with a man that's not her dad. It sounds weird, but I trusted him enough to let that even happen.
In another interview with the deputy, Soto mentions she sent Stearns and Madeline to sleep together in a guest room upstairs the night before Madeline was reported missing.
Recently, I haven't been well rested. I needed some sleep, so I asked, hey, can you guys go to the guest bedroom upstairs? I knew he was going to get her ready.
These new records also reveal the slew of people who knew something was wrong with Madeline, but didn't take action. I'll be talking more about that tonight at 6. Live in studio, Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
Marie, thank you. And we have been going through hours of interviews and hundreds of pages of new documents all day long. You can hear those full interviews on our website. Just go to fox35orlando.com.
Once I found out on Saturday that Charles was shot and killed, no doubt on my mind that they killed him. That's a feeling that I got.
What did you tell them about me in those interviews? Objection. Do you feel like you have something to offer here today in relation to the crime that I'm charged with? Objection relevance. Did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Family and friends of Cult Mom testifying against her, claiming that they knew her involvement with Charles's death. And brand new this morning, we are hearing from Lori's son, Colby. Plus, Lori's personality definitely shining through at this trial. Our psychology expert weighs in, analyzing Counselor Cult Mom in the courtroom. Plus, coming up this hour, we're talking about the Amazon click history, autism spectrum disorder, and the bushy eyebrows. These are all the major motions being ruled on ahead of Brian Kohberger's homicide trial. Plus, a psychological horror movie. We're spotlighting the murder of 20-year-old Jessica Barnes, and we're learning more about the controlling environment of murder suspect Brandon Barnes. It's all coming up next for you right here on Opening Statements. Good Friday morning to you and welcome to Opening Statements. I'm Julie Grant. Are you ready for some coffee and some court? Let's kick the weekend off right. We got a tremendous show planned for you, so grab that cup of coffee or tea, whatever you like. It's time for my opening statement. So many victims. There are so many victims of Lori Despicable Daybell. I say this because testimony on Thursday, my friends, reminded me of how there are several people who felt the effects of the crimes that Cult Mom has committed and the one that she is alleged to have committed. Yes, Charles Vallow is the primary victim in this Arizona case, just like JJ and Tylee and Tammy were all the primary victims in the Idaho case. But let's keep in our hearts also the secondary victims. Two great examples are two of the incredible people that we saw on the stand on Thursday. Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock, and Lori Daybell's brother, Adam Cox. They are just two of the secondary surviving victims in these criminal cases that have had their lives changed in the most painful way. This trial kicked off during Crime Victims' Rights Week. The theme this year is kinship. And these days of the trial are tough. They really are. But I tell you what, they are not as tough as losing their loved ones and having to continue through life without their loved ones. You know, I know that your heart is breaking for them just like mine does. So let's support them by demonstrating some kinship, shall we? And sending them our love, our light, our prayers, and our encouragement. Together, let's hope that Charles Vallow and all of the other surviving victims get the justice that they deserve. That's my opening statement. Let me know if you like it. Right now, it's time for your daily docket.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, is you telling Lyle what?
My dad had been molesting me.
There was no reason to lie. Clearly, he was coming to me, wanting me to do something about it.
Here we go. In California, we got a major motions hearing for the Menendez brothers. This is regarding their potential resentencing. This is going to be big today. Hearing is set for 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. We know the two different DAs have different positions on this, so we'll see what happens before they go to the judge. Now, in Michigan, we've got jury deliberations beginning in the murder trial for Linda Sturmer. Court's going to start up at 9 a.m. Eastern time. That's the battered and burned murder trial. We'll see what the jury does this time. Now, in Connecticut, we're tracking a brand new case for you, the murder trial of Jose Morales. Have you heard about this one? This guy's accused of killing his girlfriend, Christine Holloway. The two of them shared a one-year-old daughter who has been missing since her mother's death. So we're going to talk about that at 9 a.m. together. Right now, let's head to our top story in Arizona. Cult mom Lori Vallow Daybell's son, Colby Ryan, speaking out after the first week of testimony in her homicide trial. And we saw her family, her friends taking the stand and testifying against her, saying that they knew that Lori was involved in Charles' death. Our affiliate in Phoenix caught up with her son, Colby Ryan, outside of the courthouse.
Thoughts about today?
Just confusing. I think for me, it's validating just because of how I grew up. But it's hard to watch her talk the way that she talks to other people. So it's hard. Just hard in general.
Can I ask you one other? What was it like to see, Kay up on the stand? I know it was emotional. And I mean, was that hard to watch as well and hear?
Yeah, to watch someone that you care about get in that position and hear and have to relive their trauma in front of everybody while answering questions and realizes that this is a reality is really hard.
Poor Colby. Poor Colby. Let's talk about him as we wish that young man all the strength and comfort in the world. I have two tremendous trial attorneys on the program this morning. I want to welcome them in now. Dave Ehrenberg and Brandy Kessler are here. Good morning to you both. Let's start, if we can, please, about your reactions to hearing Colby Ryan speaking out after sitting in that courtroom and watching his mom and the witnesses. Randy, would you start us off, please?
Sure. So terrible, horrible. None of us want to be there. None of us want to be him. But, we do a lot of family law, and these things are always intertwined. So there's a justice of punishment to the defendant, but what about the solving the problem for the family? You know, hopefully there's some catharsis, hopefully there's some relief, because he sees it all happening and unfolding and understands and sees the system work. It's got to be hard for him.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right, Randy. It's horrible. Dave, your thoughts hearing from Colby?
It's a reminder, Julie, that it's more than the victims who die that are victims in this matter. It's also those who survived, the living. Colby, who said that he no longer feels the same way about life anymore. He's no longer a happy person. It's been so devastating. He has to live with this every day of his life. So Lori Vallow has had a long line of victims, and Colby is just one of many.
You're so right, Dave. So true. We send him our love. Let's turn to some of Cult Mom's performance now in the courtroom. I have a clip for you both of Kay Woodcock, and this is where Lori is cross-examining her.
And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of the murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh my gosh, Randy and Dave, I loved that moment. That was my favorite moment of the day. Kay owned her, didn't she? How she called it a murder. You know, she's calling it out for the jury. I loved it. Dave, what did you think?
Normally, when you end your questioning, that's the drop the mic moment. No further questions. And you leave the jury with that last statement. But that last statement that's left in the jurors' minds was so damaging to the defendant. That's why when you're a defendant, don't act as your own lawyer. You don't know what you're doing. And that was just devastating for her.
It really was. And you're right, Dave. And then she just kind of went and sat down. It was like, she, it was just, I mean, Kay handed it to her and then she just kind of went back down. Big mistake, as you said, representing herself. Even bigger mistake of Randy Kessler not getting a divorce, right? This all could have been avoided with a divorce. Your thoughts, Randy?
Much easier. Dave's got it right. There's that saying, a lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a client. He's right. That last question shouldn't have been, did you hear? It should be, you did not hear anything about me conspiring, period. Yes or no? Make it stronger. Also, the word that comes into my mind is smug. When you're representing yourself, you're on trial and you're testifying sort of, and they're judging her. I mean, it's just silly for her to represent herself. Don't ask this lady questions. All they have is circumstantial evidence, and you're letting these witnesses just talk and convict you. Mm-hmm. Get the witnesses off the stand. Be done.
Mm-hmm. Right, Randy. And thank you for going into professor mode, by the way. You're right. She doesn't know how to do a cross. So she's asking the open-ended questions, just inviting a response, calling it a murder, which we know is the big issue here, whether it was a murder, whether it was a killing in self-defense. And just so bad. I have another clip I want to play for you both. This one is when her brother, Adam Cox, another person, him, Kay, they are so strong. They're remarkable people. And here's where he got up on the stand. And this is where he's being redirected by the prosecutor.
When you were talking to your family after this happened, did you actually tell them that you believed that Lori and Alex had conspired to kill Charles?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because Lori had told people that Charles was no longer living, that some guy named Ned was inside of his body, that there was a zombie living inside of him. And Alex didn't respond to any of my text messages when I was supposed to be with him. And he was at that house that morning.
Dave, let me go to you here. I want you to go into professor mode for us, please. So we know that there were some objections that could have been lodged there. An attorney like yourselves, would have objected here with the call for the speculation, the call for the hearsay, all of that. It's in. How powerful was that? I mean, from her brother saying this is what he believed occurred here.
Devastating. It's amazing how one brother can be so good and the other one so evil, because he was saying that I never heard from my brother. He ghosted me. Then all of a sudden he shows up at Lori's house with a loaded gun and extra ammunition. So that's when the brother texted Charles Vallow that something's up. They're planning something. And to me, that shows premeditation and the fact that they never told the good brother that what had happened. So you have Lori and Alex Cox just ghosting this good brother, and then after the murder, not even mentioning, oh, by the way, your brother-in-law was just killed at the house. It was self-defense, never mentioning it. So it's circumstantial evidence, but it's devastating evidence for Lori Vallow.
You're so right, Dave. It shows that premeditation there. You're right. You hit on it. Exactly. Randy, talk to me, please, about the big picture trying this case. Something Dave touched on really got me thinking. We all are so familiar with this case, right? We've been talking about it for literally years together here on Court TV. So we know there's a good brother, like Dave said, the bad brother. Your bad brother's dead, good brother's alive. We have him on the program. Adam Cox is a great guy. He's been a great advocate for Tylee and JJ. He's their uncle. It's hard to follow all these people, isn't it, Randy? I mean, the connections, Kay is Charles' sister, also JJ's grandma. Big picture trial advocacy, Randy, what could be done a little better by the prosecution to make sure the jury's understanding all the players here in this family and in the case?
And for your commentators on Court TV, right? How about a chart? How about a Venn diagram? How about who the players are? Like the beginning of a movie, starring. But that's what jurors like, actually. I'm sort of facetious, but they're used to video. They're used to watching TV, TikTok, and they're seeing things explained simply to them. I think they should lay it out like that. And also, like Dave said, this is overwhelming circumstantial evidence. If I was a good lawyer representing Lori Daybell, I would be up there saying, this is all circumstantial. There's no direct evidence. Nobody heard her conspire. Nobody saw her. Nobody has any paper trail. But this overwhelming circumstantial evidence equals conviction.
Randy, thank you for that. You're spot on. The defense should be that no one witnessed this. She wasn't even there at the time. Just because she had some bad things in her past she did doesn't mean she did this homicide. She's sunk. She's sunk. I'm going to be astounded if she wins this case, which.
I myself don't think she's going to win this case, and I do feel so bad for the grandparents. I feel bad for her son. Could you imagine knowing your mom is the reason your sister is no longer here? That, all the people that you cared about are no longer here because of that. It's just finding out that your mom is that type of person, right? Finding that your mom unalived your sister and your half brother, your adopted brother, not half brother, but adopted brother. Like, could you imagine? And then the grandparents, the person you entrusted to take care of the child, because you weren't in the best of health, finding out that their last days were like that. They were unalived because of some crazy mess. Could you imagine? Like, that would just, it's super sad when we see these cases like this. And instead of people giving up the children and doing what's right by the kids, they would rather unalive them. Like, she just wanted the money off the kids. She didn't give a damn about the kids. She didn't give a damn about nobody but herself and what she wanted, and being selfish and her crazy fanatical beliefs. Well, see, she actually had two more before that, but the one that was Taylor's father or whatnot, the one before the Vallow gentleman, his death got ruled from a heart condition. But I myself believe she had something to do with it. But because obviously, I believe she gave him something, or intentionally caused his death, but they can't prove it. You get what I mean? Because it was caused by something to do with his heart. But I believe this crazy wench had something to do with it. That's just my personal opinion. But the only one that could prove without a shadow of doubt is the Vallow. She was married 2 previous times before, so she's had like four marriages. The earlier 2, they wasn't married too long. Let me go back over this timeline to tell y'all, to where I'm gonna go click back on it and tell y'all this timeline, because it is hard to keep up with. It really is hard to keep up with. You know, whose father was who, how many marriages she had, you know, all that stuff. It's a little hard to follow. So this is what I'm gonna go back over here. So the background on Lori Vallow, is she okay? Here we go. I'm gonna go over this again so we can get this timeline correct, right? Because it is a crazy timeline, and I don't blame people, even myself, for getting confused on it. Okay, so in 1992, at the age of 19, Lori married her high school boyfriend, but the marriage ended in divorce. So that was her first one. In October 1995, Lori married her again. So that was the second. And she had her son, Colby. So Colby's from her second marriage, right? And then in 2004, in 2001, she married Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., who legally adopted Colby. Okay, that's her third marriage. The couple's biological daughter, Taylor. So he adopted Colby, and they also had Taylor. So Taylor was Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.'s child. He ended up accusing her. She ended up accusing Joseph Anthony Ryan of SAing their children. So Ryan eventually lost custody. Lori's brother Alex Cox attacked Ryan in 2007, claiming he had been abusive to Lori and the children, which is the same thing he said about the last husband. Cox served 90 days in jail for that incident. It's the one that passed away that helped her with all the stuff. In 2018, Ryan was found dead in his apartment. That's the husband that passed away, which is Colby's dad, or Colby's adopted dad, and Taylor's father. And he died of aortic cardiovascular disease. I think myself that she had something to do with that. I think that he passed away because that dude punched him in the chest, and it caused a for it to cause a problem with his heart. And she had also, after her arrest in 2020, there's recording service in which she mentioned wanting to ill Ryan, like Nephilia killed. Police revealed Ryan's death was found to be suspected of foul play. I believe she did. And then in February 2006, Lori married Leland Charles Anthony Vallow. So that's the fourth husband. Now, Vallow was the one who had his grandnephew, JJ. It was his grandnephew, so that was his great niece's daughter, right? Son. And so they weren't able to care for him because of biological substance abuse. And JJ was born with drugs in the system, and he spent a lot of time in the NICU, and as a baby, he was taken care of by his grandparents before being adopted by Charles. And the grandparents, Kay and Larry, did want the child back once Charles passed away, but Lori ended up keeping custody of JJ. How? I'm not sure, because they adopted JJ together, so she would be the adoptive mother. So that's how she kept him. But the grandparents did want him, Kay and Larry did. But so her first husband, they had no children. She divorced. They were high school sweethearts. Her second husband was the father of her oldest child, Colby. And something happened there, not sure. But her third husband ended up adopting Colby, and they had Taylor. So the one that passed away from the heart condition, and her husband also, not her husband, but her brother, Alex, attacked Ryan, and the reason Ryan didn't get full custody of Taylor and Colby was because she accused her third husband, Mr. Ryan, of essaying the children and lied about it in court and all this other stuff and everything. And so therefore, now I will say that in 2020, Colby claimed during an interview that as a child he had been sexually abused by Ryan. So it may be the truth. I'm not sure. But I don't know if Colby's ever came out and said any different. So she's had, it says right here, she had 5 spouses, including Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., Leland Charles Vallow, Chad Daybell, which Daybell would be the last one that she married, the one that she did all the crazy stuff with. But she unalived Charles Anthony Vallow to be with Daybell. It was possible that she unalived Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., although they're saying it's because of a heart condition, but she did have her brother Alex to jump on him, and it is possible that could have led to his passing, or she could have gave him something, whatever. But he basically died from heart disease. And then the 2 previous to that got away lucky. So that's the way that timeline goes. Yeah, she's a Black Widow. And when they went, she already knew when the press got a hold of this and we all found about this, that the children were unalived. She already knew way before anybody ever knew. She knew exactly what had happened and pretended to be this amazing mother and all these things. And she's crazy as all get out, and so is he. But yeah, she said that she was visited by Chad's dead wife. Yeah. And she said that the kids, their spirits came back to her, and she's still trying to claim that JJ had some kind of problem with the medication and or something, and Taylor felt guilty about it and unalived herself and all these other things, like Taylor did something to JJ and then she felt bad about it and unalived herself. That's really messed up to sit there and say that Taylor did something to JJ and Taylor unalived herself. That is crazy to say that about your kid. She is crazy as all get out. Now, I am going to play this right here for some of those who have not heard Madeline Soto's mother. And if she don't go to jail, if they don't charge her, I'm going to be mad as all get out. To this day, I don't believe that they have charged Madeline Soto's mother. And at the very least, let me see. Mother, I don't think so far. She's not been charged with nothing so far. Not even child neglect, not even, nothing. Like, how is she getting away when she said she admitted she knew that he was doing this to her child? She ain't even getting it for neglect, not nothing. Like, not a damn thing. How the hell is she not? Like, it's bullshit. And Lori Vallow is crazy as all fucking get out. That bitch needs to not let go. I mean, she just looks evil. Have y'all looked at this woman's face? Hold on. Does she just not look evil to you? I mean, she just looks just awful. She looks like she's got evil in her eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like, Black Widow for real. Like, them poor babies did not deserve what she did to them and what they did to them. And I don't know what all they did to them babies before they passed away. Those poor children. It just, like, them poor children. Them poor little pretty innocent children didn't deserve none of that. And I hope she rots in hell. I really do. Anybody who would do that to their kids, I'm sorry. I don't have a heart to you. I don't have a heart at all. My dogs are playing right now. Can y'all hear them? I don't know if y'all can hear them playing in the background. Her eyes are just when you look at her face, it's just like there's no like soul behind those eyes. It's just ugh. Some people do not need to be parents whatsoever. And she thinks she's smarter than the system, which kills me. And I hope and pray to God in the future she doesn't try to claim, well, they didn't let me have legal counsel and they let me blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? They let me represent myself and all this other. And the dude that she left her good looking husband for, Chad Daybell himself, is ugly as all fucking get out. Like, he's ugly as shit. The bitch is great. He is just, come on now. The dude she was with that she made unalive was even better looking. Had a better job, all this other good stuff. Like, y'all some crazy mofos. Like, come on now. It's because he was, I'm going to say this. He leaned into her crazy and let her have her way with everything. They were both crazy as hell. That's what it was. They're crazy mixed well. And Miss Tammy was absolutely beautiful. Miss Tammy was pretty. He's just a piece of shit. Hope he rots in hell too. I know, right? She had a really nice guy. She threw him away and everyone else for that lunatic. That's crazy. Yup, that's true. That's true, Michelle. He told her everything she wanted to hear, like she was this special goddess. And yeah, that's the same thing. Like you see all these good people who can't have kids, but then you got these monsters out here unaliving babies left and right, and they don't deserve. You know, they always say, it's the old adage, every child deserves a parent, but not every parent deserves their children. I hope they. Oh yeah, they said 2020 was gonna be the year that the doomsday happened. Yeah, it happened to y'all because y'all got caught. Y'all got caught, you little bitches. Sorry, that stuff kind of ticks me off. Let's hear this interview so I can get even more pissed off.
Before you accept an insurance settlement for damage to your car, think about this. An accident stays on your car's history permanently, whether it was repaired or not. And if you try to sell it, a potential buyer can easily. That's diminished value. That's value you're entitled to. Value we fight for. Put our experience to work for you.
All right. Tuesday, February 27th, 2024, 11:16 hours for OCSO case 24-011313. Can you state your full name?
Jennifer Lucette Soto.
All right, Jennifer. So I'm here to talk to you today. We're going to talk about, and you're familiar with kind of why we're talking right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me when is the last time you were with someone?
Saw her, I'm going to say Sunday night.
Okay.
I heard her Monday getting ready for school.
So you last saw her Sunday night about what time?
I would say 11 p.m. before she went to bed.
And you were here at home? Gotcha. And where did she go to bed? Was she in her room, your room, or something else?
She actually slept upstairs with we have a guest bedroom. We were all going to sleep together in the same bed, but I needed some good sleep. And I got a new job recently. I haven't been well rested. I needed some sleep. So I asked, hey, can you guys go to the guest bedroom upstairs? I knew he was going to get her ready. And
sorry.
This one right here ticks me off. What kind of mama sends your child? First off, where's her bedroom? Why wasn't she in her own room and him in the guest room by himself? And why would you all be sleeping in the same bed together? That kind of sounds suspicious to me. Like, here's the thing. I wouldn't have my kid in the same bed with me and my husband. You know what I'm saying? Especially not at 13 years old. Now, when they're little bitty, little bitty kids and, they have their little nightmares, they want mommy, they want daddy, that's different, right? But a 13-year-old, you get what I'm saying? A 13-year-old? And didn't she have her own room, her own space, her own place? Like 13-year-old, especially little girls, even little boys, need their own space, their own privacy. You know what I'm saying? 13-year-olds need privacy. They need to be able to change. Even little kids need their own space. But I'm saying a 13-year-old that's going through puberty, and why the hell would you all sleep in the same bed together? Just listen to the shit that comes out of her mouth and tell me that any of it sounds normal. And why would you send her up to bed with the man at 13 years old? You knew what the fuck you were doing. I'm telling you, she sold this baby to this man. She knew he was doing it. She did this so she could have somebody in her life because she couldn't be without a man. And she knew that was the only way to keep him. So she sold her baby or gave away her baby to this man. And I hope she rots in hell. And I hope they charge her. If they don't, she'll get it in the afterlife. I hope she gets it in the afterlife. I'm sorry. This case pisses me off, y'all.
Okay, so you needed some good sleep. So was it about 11 o'clock?
Yeah. I sent them upstairs, and I went to bed.
Okay. And that was about 11?
Yeah.
And do you guys normally all sleep together? Because I know you said that she sleeps in your room with you typically, right?
She sleeps with me typically. Typically when he comes into town, because he lives with his parents in Northport, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
When he comes to town, he'll sleep in the guest bedroom.
Okay. And Stefan is the one you're referring to, right?
Yeah, Stefan's room.
Stefan. How often does he stay here?
Oh, he moved away back in December, so I'm going to say he's visited at least 2 to 3 times since then.
Okay. Why did he move away?
I agree, Miss Deb. I agree. I believe it's the same thing. I believe she sold her child for that. And I believe that poor baby was probably traded from the time she was very young for this bull crap. And if this woman don't go to prison, I swear to God, I hope that they find some evidence on her. I hope that this woman faces, at the very least, she needs neglect charges and all this other stuff at the very least. But in fact, I also believe that she should be charged with her murder. I believe that she should be charged with her murder. I truly believe that. But even at the very least, child neglect, child endangerment charges. Like, you get nothing. Come on now. This is bullcrap. And how do you not see your child in the morning and see him off to school? I know where my kid is at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all the time. I wish a motherfucker would try to step in his bedroom. I would go to prison in hell. Like y'all would see me on the news. I'd be rocking that orange jumpsuit. That's true, Michelle. She cared more about that boyfriend. This is some booze shit. This lady pisses me off.
He was offered a better, his dad had offered him a job, but it fell through.
Oh.
So now we're trying to get him back here.
And he just visits?
Yeah.
When he visits, does he stay for like hours, days, weeks?
I would say days. This time we had planned on him staying a whole week because I was going through training at work. So I wanted him to be here to help me with the dog, help me with the training.
Okay, so this time he was planning to stay for a week. How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
Okay, that's fine. Sometime this weekend?
Yeah.
So that was last night around 11. And so about what time did you hear her on Monday morning?
I heard everyone getting ready around, I'm going to say 7:30, 8 o'clock.
And was it just Steph? Who else lives here?
I have roommates.
Okay.
I have Angelica Negro, who's one roommate, and then Natalie Rosero.
Okay. And you just heard all of them, or did you hear anyone in specific?
No, I just heard, if anything, Stefan came and woke me up accidentally because he was trying to let the dog out, and the dog gets really nervous sometimes. I was trying to help him with that, get him on his leash. But he got him situated and took him for a walk.
Okay. Did you hear around 7 or 8?
I heard noises in the kitchen, but I'm not sure,
Not sure who it was exactly.
Who it was exactly, yeah.
Gotcha.
It could have been any of the roommates.
But you didn't see her leave Monday morning. Were you still in bed or still in your room?
I was still asleep, yeah.
Gotcha. What time does she normally leave for school?
We usually leave around 8:50 at the latest.
Okay. What time does she have to be to school by?
9:28 is when school starts.
Gotcha. And so I think you had said the previous night, you and Stefan had agreed that he was going to get and take her in the morning? Okay.
And they were going to stop at McDonald's and get breakfast, but she changed her mind last minute and did not want McDonald's.
Okay. When'd you find that out?
When did I find that out? When Stefan called me around 10:18 in the morning, I had stepped out to go get blood work done, and he had just let me know that he just got back home from running a few errands.
Now, y'all heard her say multiple times that she sent her daughter to be with this dude, right? Now, I want y'all to see something right quick. This is something else. This is her interview with Fox 35 News, where she states that she saw her daughter that morning, that she was there when they dropped her off to school that morning.
Jen, go ahead and tell us what's going on with Maddie.
Well, Monday morning, we took her to school. We dropped her off close to school, across the street from a church, which is it's right next to the school. She crossed the street and walked to school, what we thought walked to school. My boyfriend who drove her to school drove away at that point. It was seen on video footage that she hung out in the parking lot of the church for a few minutes and then got up and walked towards the school. But she never made it that walk and that was.
And y'all see him sitting there in the background, right? Y'all see him sitting in the background of this interview.
Around 9 a.m. when she got up. She never made it to school after that. It's right next to the school. I don't know why she didn't make it. I don't know if something happened on her walk along the way or if she got taken, but she never made it.
And that was the last anyone's seen of her or heard from her?
Yes. I went to pick her up after school, and she wasn't there. So I started driving around, maybe thinking she took a walk. Maybe she decided to walk to my mom's office, which is pretty close to the school as well. Drove around and I didn't see anything. I drove back to the school. The school was closed. I emailed one of her teachers. They confirmed that she was absent all day. At that point is when I called 911 because I realized something was truly wrong.
Have you heard from like any of her friends? Has she been active on any social media?
She hasn't been active on social media, none of her chats, none of her games. We did contact all her friends. None of them had seen her Monday or heard from her. Yeah, there's no update.
And I have to ask this, and I know I hate doing it, but is she the type that would run away? Has this happened in the past or anything? Has she ever threatened to run away?
Never. She's never ever mentioned anything like this before, and she's not the type to want to do this. She did accidentally leave her phone on Monday, which is kind of normal for her. She's got ADHD and very
But remember, she wasn't there. And she has said this in her police interviews. Remember, that's right. Remember, she wasn't there. Remember that she stated multiple times that she was still in bed. But yet, this is what she's saying in her interview. That's why the police, I believe, should charge her as an accessory, because these interviews, she sits there and tells 3 different stories, 4 different stories, 5 different stories, and none of them are making any sense whatsoever. And she was seen deceased in his car. She was trying to cover for this man. She knew what this man did to her daughter, and she cared more about him than she did her daughter. Even the police had to say that in one of her interviews, because he specifically said, "You're more worried about him than your daughter? When you saw that he molested your daughter and had pictures of your daughter on his phone, you're more worried about him?" The cop was dumbfounded. I could show y'all that evidence too. There is literally, in the police interview, the cop had to say something. And she said, "I was oblivious," but then also stated she knew about it. Yeah. So this whole, like her, she needs to be charged. We're going to watch the rest of this interview because this is really telling and shows you what the police were saying.
Forgetful. So she left her phone at home, so there's no way to trace her. They tried tracing her school laptop, but that's off, so it's not pinging to anything.
Jen, what is your fear? I know you mentioned she's on games and stuff. Do you think she could have like met somebody and tried to meet up with them?
She's open to us. She's open with us about, if she's got a crush with anyone, and she told us she had a crush on someone at school. And I looked at their messages, nothing was weird. I looked at all of her messages, all of her deleted messages.
She looked at all the messages, but didn't see the messages between this man and her daughter. Did not see the child Oren on his phone of her daughter. Looked through everything. See that she's steadily trying to cover, and she knew what happened to her daughter. She knew.
Nothing seemed weird. It didn't seem like she was talking to anyone. So I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like she may have been taken, because this is not like her at all, to just disappear and not tell us, not let us know where she's going or who she's with. Yeah.
What are you getting from law enforcement? Are they actively searching for her? What happens now? Especially that she doesn't have her phone with her.
So as far as I know, they're conducting a search around the school. Behind the school, there's a Shingle Creek. There's a wooded path area that you could walk. It's a hiking path. They are going back there with their canine dogs. They've taken a piece of her clothing to see if they can trace her scent. They're also taking their own vehicles. I'm not sure what type of vehicles, but they're going into the woods to search for her. But I don't feel like that's going to find anything right now. We've had people all day on that trail.
You don't think it's going to be found anything because you know where the hell your daughter was and you know what happened. That's why you didn't think anything was going to be found. You didn't know they were going to uncover what your boyfriend had did. You thought that y'all got away with it. You didn't give a damn about your daughter. You cared more about yourself and your punani. Stupid. Oh, this girl makes me mad.
Sending us photos to see if anything there looks familiar and like her personal belongings, and nothing is hers. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to go from here. I'm just contacting the news to get the word out, to get some help, because I'm desperate. I'm a wreck right now.
So you think that she's been taken against her will?
I do think so, yes.
As a mom, what's your mother's intuition telling you right now?
I'm trying to hope for the best, but I'm scared for her. I want her to be okay, and I want her to be safe. I don't want her to come back harmed. I just want her back, whatever that means. I just want her back.
Are you getting any updates from law enforcement? I mean, yes, they're searching that small area, but have they gotten any hits on any scent or anything like that?
They haven't let me know anything. They haven't updated me since I spoke to them this morning. I've contacted them to get some information or to give them some leads, but I've heard nothing back.
And Jen, there's no way that she, just being, a teenager, was like, maybe had a fight with you or an argument with you and was like, you know what, I'm going to go hang out at so-and-so's house and teach her a lesson. Could that be a scenario?
I don't believe so. We actually haven't gotten into a fight in like a few weeks, or arguments or anything like that. If anything, on Sunday, she celebrated her 13th birthday with my entire family, and she had the best day. She was so happy. She showed us all her gifts. She's just a happy girl, and she showed it on Sunday night when she went to bed. She was so happy. So, she had the best day. I just, there was no moment in that evening from when she got home from the party that she had her phone or had the laptop. She went straight to getting ready and went to bed. So I know she didn't have any conversations with anyone. She didn't make plans with anyone. I didn't see any of that.
But she's spent the whole Sunday celebrating her 13th birthday. Was her 13th birthday on that Sunday, or that was just like the time you guys were celebrating?
That was the time we were celebrating. Her birthday was on Thursday, the 22nd.
Okay,
She just turned 13.
But that's just so heartbreaking to be celebrating her 13th birthday, and then the very next day, that's
gone.
the last you've seen of her.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you go now? Are you gonna go out there and search or look, or what is are you sticking by the phone? Are you what are you doing?
I'm staying at home, staying by the phone, hoping she just appears. I know my entire family is out looking. They've all spread a bunch of flyers. I've had people contact me that they've gone to the international airport to spread flyers, to Amtrak, to Greyhound, just any way that if someone's taken her and they're trying to take her, just to show her face, just to make sure, she's not being taken against her will.
And you mentioned ADHD. Was there anything else maybe mentally going on, or that you knew of?
She does suffer from anxiety, and once upon a time she was diagnosed with autism. We had her what's the word?
Screened, maybe?
Reevaluated.
Okay.
We had her reevaluated a few months ago, actually, and they told us no, she didn't have autism, but she did have some autistic traits. She did have ADHD, some autistic traits, but not autism. So I'm not sure where to leave with that, because one doctor said she did and one doctor saying she doesn't, and I don't know. She's just in the middle, I guess, because she does have some tendencies, but socially she's pretty great. So I'm not sure.
And with the video that you were able to see whenever your boyfriend dropped her off, where was that? Which video? Was that a surveillance camera?
It was a surveillance camera from the church, Peace Church, right next to Hunters Creek Middle School.
And do you have that video?
I don't have that. They didn't show me. They wouldn't show me. It was actually my sister was the one at location, and they were letting her know what they saw on camera.
Okay.
But they didn't show it to any of us.
Got it. Okay. Jen, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Please, 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 if you have any information, contact me, contact law enforcement. Any information helps. Maddie, if you see this, please come home. Please be safe. I love you very much. If you have my Maddie, please just let her come home. We just want her home.
Oh, that fake crying pisses me off. She couldn't even cry. I'm going to say this right there. If that had been me and my child had been me, I would be a freaking mess. It would be hard for them to interview me because I'd be crying. I'd be begging the Lord, please somebody bring my baby back home. Like, I would have been inconsolable. Somebody else would have had to done the interview for me because I wouldn't be in my right state of mind. You know what I'm saying? I would not be in my right state of mind. She knew exactly what happened to that baby. She knew exactly what he did, and she was covering for him the whole time. And Mr. Gets know, if you watch this interview, old dude's sitting in the background right behind her. And she, in one interview, says that she was asleep that morning and don't know what happened. And in another interview, says that she was with him when they dropped her off. And the fact of the matter is, she should have very least, she should be co-conspirator and get a murder charge. But even if she didn't get the murder charge, she at the very least should have gotten child neglect, child endangerment, all this other charges. It's fucking crazy. It ticks me off the fact that, they pretended like, all this. We're going to play this right here, right quick. And then I am going to show you the video of where she did the police interview.
Hello, Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Deputies go door to door in search of missing 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
Hi, have you seen this child? No.
She's been missing yesterday since 8:30 a.m. in the morning.
I have not seen her. Less than a week later, authorities found Soto's body in these woods just outside St. Cloud. Investigators say the 13-year-old had been sexually molested and then strangled to death by her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. In this video series, we'll show you how law enforcement investigated the teenager's disappearance, and you'll see what prosecutors are doing to seek justice for Madeline.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child.
On February 26, deputies were called to this office near Soto's school, where a relative happens to work.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it.
Here, they met Soto's mother, Jennifer, and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns.
Didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
The couple told deputies what Madeline had been wearing.
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts. Okay. And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40 when we dropped her off.
Although you heard Stearns say we dropped her off, he and Jennifer Soto later told investigators that Stearns was by himself when he brought Madeline to school. Stearns says the 13-year-old was embarrassed of his car and wanted to be dropped off right here, a few blocks away from Hutters Creek Middle School and right across the street from a church.
So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this district.
That night, Stearns showed deputies the spot where he says Madeline got out of his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ.
When I left her, she was on the other side of the street, rummaging through her backpack and just kind of moving towards the school area. So it looked normal.
It's going to be hard to tell whether she went left or right.
A sheriff's K9 was brought out and given some of Madeline's clothing to sniff in hopes of tracking where she might have gone.
I don't know if she was trying to walk back home on her own or she was trying to go to her friend's house.
But after 15 minutes of searching, the canine was unable to pick up Madeline's scent.
So weird. I'm gonna find people, bro. It's your job. Literally your only job. Finding people.
At the nearby church, a deputy viewed surveillance video that showed a girl being dropped off that morning.
Wait, there's a person getting out of the car.
Due to privacy laws, authorities have put a black box over the computer monitor so we cannot see the video ourselves. But detectives later showed it to Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto.
I mean, the quality's terrible.
She could not say whether the video showed her daughter or Stearns' silver Lincoln.
Does that look familiar at all?
No.
You don't know that anywhere?
I don't know that.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Detectives questioned Madeline's friends at Hunters Creek Middle School.
She had never told me about anything about her running away other than her saying if she were to run away, she'd go into the woods.
But they did not know where the 13-year-old might be.
What can I do for you?
We're here regarding a missing juvenile. She's been missing since a missing juvenile.
Deputies canvassing nearby neighborhoods could not find any witnesses.
Hello, have you seen this girl?
No.
Madeline celebrated her 13th birthday with relatives the night before she vanished. Her mom, Jennifer, was at work and did not attend the party, but says she caught up with Madeline at the condo they shared with Stearns.
So you last saw her Sunday night about what time?
I would say 11 p.m. before she went to bed.
And you were here at home? Gotcha. And where did she go to bed? Was she in her room, your room, or something else?
We were all going to sleep together in the same bed, but I needed some good sleep. I got a new job recently. I haven't been well rested. I needed some sleep. So I asked, hey, can you guys go to the guest bedroom upstairs?
These crime scene photos show that guest bedroom, which has one bed in the corner and locks on the door. Stearns told police he and Madeline went to sleep here and then got up early the next morning for school.
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30, 7:45-ish, maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
When they got to this McDonald's, Stearns told detectives that Madeline was no longer hungry. So he says he continued down the road to Hunters Creek Middle School, about a mile away from here. After dropping Madeline off at school, Stearns says he went to a vape shop across town and then back to the condo. Next on Justice for Madeline, we'll take you room by room inside that condo. You'll hear Jennifer Soto describe her family's sleeping arrangements, and we'll show you why 13-year-old Madeline Soto lived in this condominium with her mom, Jennifer.
Hey, man.
Her mom's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, occasionally stayed here too. These photographs taken by crime scene investigators show the place where prosecutors say Stearns sexually molested the teen and then murdered her.
Very loving. Very loving. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house. She hardly ever hears the word no. Double-edged sword that is.
The condo here at Venetian Bay Villages in Kissimmee is owned by Madeline Soto's grandfather. Court records indicate he rented out rooms in his condo to Madeline's mother, as well as at least 2 other tenants. Prosecutors believe evidence found inside that condo will help them bring justice for Madeline. When you enter the condo, the kitchen is on the left. On the right is the living room. In the living room, behind that divider wall, was Madeline's makeshift bedroom, which had a desk, a dresser, and a TV. Although there's also a bed, Jennifer Soto told detectives her daughter would not spend the night here.
She'll hang out there during the day, but she never sleeps there. She always sleeps with me, and then the rare occasion upstairs. But most of the time it's with me.
This is Jennifer Soto's bedroom, located on the first floor. Jennifer Soto told detectives she often shared the room with her daughter and her boyfriend.
A lot of times we will sleep together in the king-size bed, all 3 of us.
But Jennifer Soto says she would occasionally send her daughter upstairs to sleep in a guest bedroom with Stearns. That room has one bed in the corner and locks on the door. This is where Stearns reportedly spent the night with Madeline just before she was reported missing.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room? Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs. 2 additional bedrooms rented out by other tenants are also upstairs. Detectives say they found nude photographs of one of those tenants on Stearns' cell phone. According to investigators, Stearns had placed his phone under the tenant's door, similar to this, and snapped images of the naked woman in her bedroom. Detectives say Stearns' phone also contained images of him sexually molesting Madeline. According to authorities, bedding from Madeline's makeshift room downstairs can be seen in the background of those molestation videos. Detectives say this pair of men's boxer shorts found in a laundry basket in Madeline's room also appear in the sex abuse images. Crime scene investigators collected this notebook, which has sexually explicit drawings that are sketched on the same paper as algebra equations.
On Sunday night, y'all went to bed around 11, and the reason that you sent her upstairs with Stefan was because you had work in the morning, was it? Or you just started a new job?
I just started a new job and I haven't been sleeping well. I take psychiatric meds every night for my bipolar disorder, and if I don't take them the right way, eat, and go to sleep on time,
they don't work.
They don't. Sunday I was not myself, so I asked them, like, hey, I need to be medicated, I need to sleep. Can you take care of the morning duties so I can go and sleep?
According to investigators, Jennifer Soto sent a text message to Stearns at 11:39 that read, "Make sure she goes to bed right now." About a minute later, Stearns replied, "She's built her nest and she's settling in now."
What time did you wake up? I'm going to say around 8 o'clock in the morning. Stefan came into the room.
When Jennifer Soto woke up, she says she thought Madeline might still be in the condo.
I heard noises in the kitchen, but I'm not sure,
Not sure who it was exactly.
Yeah. Gotcha. It could have been any of the roommates.
Jennifer Soto told detectives she never actually saw Madeline that morning and assumed Stearns was taking her to school.
I had an appointment. I had a doctor's appointment at like 10:15, but they took a while. And then by the time they did my blood work and whatever, I think I got home somewhere between 11 and 11:15.
Okay. When you got back, was Stefan here?
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
Sadly, by then, detectives believed Madeline was already dead. But where was she and what happened to her? Before investigators could answer those questions, they discovered Stearns took a mysterious round-trip drive to Southwest Florida early in the morning. Next on Justice for Madeline, we'll show you where...
Hey, guys.
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline Soto had been reported missing, her mom, Jennifer Soto, and Jennifer's boyfriend, Stefan Stearns, found themselves temporarily homeless. Deputies had sealed off the Kissimmee condo where they lived so investigators could photograph the potential crime scene. Detectives had also just seized Stearns' cell phone and his car, a silver Lincoln MKZ. Early that morning, the couple, along with Stefan Stearns' father, checked into this hotel near Disney. All three went to bed, but then, according to investigators, Stearns snuck out of the hotel and went on a mysterious mission. Detectives wanted to know where he went as they tried to seek justice for Madeline.
Do you think your son's capable of doing something like this? I know it's a hard question as a father.
Nothing would surprise me at this point. I don't know.
You're listening to the voice of Christopher Stearns, the father of Stefan Stearns.
What time did you get here last night? 3 a.m.
Christopher Stearns says that he, his son, and Jennifer Soto arrived at the Town Place Suites at Flamingo Crossings and checked in to 2 separate hotel rooms.
I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
About 2 hours later, at 4:42 in the morning, surveillance cameras captured Stefan Stearns leaving the hotel through the main entrance. Investigators believe he then climbed into Jennifer Soto's white Nissan Sentra and drove for more than 2 hours to the town of Northport, which is located between Sarasota and Fort Myers. Stearns has occasionally lived in Northport at his parents' home.
He waited until she got up, went to sleep, and snuck out. Not long after we all said goodnight.
Christopher Stearns told detectives he had no idea why his son would drive to Northport in the middle of the night while authorities were still searching for Madeline.
I don't know whether to say I'm flabbergasted or impressed at Stefan's endeavors. Well, he was, as far as I knew, he was going to pass out at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It didn't take me long to crash and burn. And then to find out that he made this round trip to Northport.
Originally, police thought Stearns could have stopped by this storage facility in Northport where his dad rents a unit. At the time, detectives believed the teen may be deceased and her body might be located in the storage unit. But when investigators searched the facility, nothing was found.
Why would he spend nearly 6 hours driving round trip to go to Northport to the storage unit?
Detectives think Stearns traveled to his parents' house that morning where his mother, Deborah, was home alone. She told police she never saw her son.
You know what stopped him from getting in the house? He didn't have a garage door opener.
While searching her son's bedroom here, Deborah Stearns told detectives she found a torso of a sex doll. According to investigators, she initially believed it to be real, prompting Stearns' mother to run outside and begin calling out Madeline's name. But police found no signs of the missing teen in Northport.
I don't know where he got the F&N sheet, but you're telling me he was down there at 7:45.
Still behind the wheel of his girlfriend's car, detectives say cameras captured video of Stearns heading towards the interstate and beginning the nearly 150-mile drive back to the Orlando area. When Stearns returned to the hotel at 10:55 a.m., he reportedly told his dad he'd gone out for a drive and gotten lost.
He spent a lifetime lying to us. Okay. And it's just never gotten better. And he fed me some the other day. And before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, "Do we really know Stefan? Can we honestly say we really know?"
While detectives were interviewing Christopher Stearns, deputies took his son into custody on child sex charges. Investigators say they found images on Stearns' Google account that showed him molesting Madeline.
Your son has been arrested for sexual battery.
What?
Your son was arrested for sexual battery.
Detectives now believe Stearns gained access to a computer device while in Northport and tried logging into his Google account using his parents' Wi-Fi to delete the images and videos of his sexually abusing Madeline, but was unsuccessful. While investigating Stearns' Google account, detectives say they found evidence that someone did multiple searches for sevoflurane, an anesthetic that can put patients to sleep before surgery and can cause hypnosis and amnesia. Someone apparently wanted to know whether sevoflurane will show up in a drug test. Those Google searches were conducted less than 2 weeks before Madeline vanished.
The impression is that he loves out of her, you know, and he was very upset Monday when he was talking to me. He was sobbing and blaming himself for her disappearance.
Weeks after his son's arrest, while Christopher Stearns was cleaning out his storage unit in Northport, he told authorities he found a box of his son's belongings that included 2 USB drives. Detectives say one of those USB drives contained over 35,000 images of child pornography. None of the images were Madeline, according to police. Stefan Stearns was arrested for sexual battery 2 days after Madeline had been reported missing. Although investigators believe the 13-year-old was dead, they did not know where her body was hidden. Next on Justice for Madeline, we'll show you how detectives locate. A police canine trained to detect the scent of dead bodies checks out a silver Lincoln MKZ belonging to Stefan Stearns, the last person to see 13-year-old Madeline Soto alive. The dog does not appear to notice anything unusual. The canine handler then brings the dog over to a white Nissan Sentra belonging to Soto's mother, Jennifer. According to investigators, the canine alerted to possible human remains near the rear passenger wheel well. Earlier that day, authorities arrested Stearns for sexually molesting Madeline. At that point, investigators believed she was likely dead, but they did not know where her body might be. So detectives used license plate readers, surveillance cameras, and other investigative tools trying to bring justice for Madeline.
What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Stearns told investigators he and Madeline woke up in their Kissimmee condominium early that morning, climbed into his silver Lincoln, and headed off to school.
We made such good time. We were so impressed. We made such good time getting out the door. I mean, we were probably out by 7:30, 7:45.
But at that very same time, 7:30, detectives say surveillance cameras at the Venetian Bay Village's condo complex captured video of Stearns putting trash into a dumpster. Deputies later followed this trash collection truck to a sorting facility. In the trash, deputies say they found Madeline's backpack, her school laptop computer, and one white Croc. According to investigators, a matching white Croc was located in the bedroom of Madeline's mother.
She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there.
Stearns told detectives that Madeline was not awake during much of the drive from the condo to Hunters Creek Middle School, located about 6 miles away.
Do you remember what time you dropped her off?
I estimated it to be sometime between 8:20, 8:40.
But at about that very same time, 8:19 a.m., detectives say surveillance video shows Stearns and Madeline returning to the condominium complex through this security gate. The female appeared to be completely slumped over and with her mouth ajar, investigators wrote. They believe she was dead.
I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker. And he's like, hey man, I'm clicking, it's not working.
This security guard says he opened the gate to allow Stearns back in.
Just remember there was a woman like sleeping beside him with a green shirt.
Did you see her move at all?
No.
Okay, so she was just still.
Stearns never mentioned that he returned here to the condo until detectives confronted him about it. His explanation contradicted that security guard who says Stearns had a gate clicker.
I had forgotten something. I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker.
Did she go inside with you?
No, she was in the car still. She was asleep.
Where in the car?
Passenger side.
Stearns told investigators he left the condo again and took Madeline to school. But instead, it appears he came to this area around SeaWorld, miles away from her school. At 9:02 a.m., investigators say those traffic cameras up there captured video of Stearns driving through this intersection with Madeline's lifeless body. At 9:35 a.m., cameras at an Orlando office building reportedly show the silver Lincoln entering this parking garage. According to a report, Stearns can be seen moving Madeline's body from the passenger seat to the trunk of his car, which was filled with other belongings. At 10:14 a.m., cameras captured the Lincoln returning to the condo again. Detectives asked Stearns why it took him nearly 2 hours to get back from Madeline's school.
Can't explain it. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. I wasn't doing anything in particular.
At 12:19 p.m., security video reportedly shows the silver Lincoln leaving the condo once more. Using images of the car from license plate readers and traffic cameras, investigators say they can prove the vehicle traveled east from Kissimmee along US 192 towards St. Cloud. According to detectives, the last documented sighting of the Lincoln was near Hickory Tree Road, where it turned south off 192. That just happens to be about 9 miles from the spot where investigators would later find Madeline's body.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192.
While driving to some stores in Kissimmee, Stearns says he got a flat tire, but he could not tell detectives exactly where he stopped to put on the spare.
I'm so sorry, I'm drawing a blank as any specific businesses or names.
These police photos show the rubber tire was completely shredded off the wheel. While changing the tire, Stearns says he injured his hand. That tire change delayed Stearns from returning home, he says, so he could not pick up Madeline after school. Instead, Jennifer Soto headed out alone to get her daughter.
Well, I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out.
Jennifer Soto reported her daughter's disappearance to law enforcement that evening, launching the missing child investigation. She and her boyfriend then returned home, but Stearns reportedly did not stick around.
Stefan went out sometime in the middle of the night and went searching, cruising around to see if he could figure out where she might be.
What car was he driving?
My car.
Detectives say they have images showing Jennifer Soto's white Nissan leaving the condo around 3 a.m. and then taking the exact same journey towards St. Cloud that Stearns reportedly made hours earlier. A police canine indicated the Nissan may have come in contact with a dead body at some point. Stearns denied knowing anything about a late-night trip in this car.
I don't recall us going anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point, my brain was mush and I was on so many tranquilizers.
4 days after Madeline's disappearance, Kissimmee police asked the community for help pinpointing where Stearns may have changed the tire of his silver Lincoln.
If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
Hours after that news conference, a witness came forward claiming he saw a man who resembled Stearns changing a tire right here on Hickory Tree Road. Just a few feet from here, over that fence, and in those trees back there, investigators found the body of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. The medical examiner determined she had been strangled to death.
Stephen Stearns has been indicted by the grand jury on first-degree murder for the killing of Madeline Soto.
The state attorney's office interviewed Jennifer Soto after her daughter's body was recovered. She said she did not know Stearns had been molesting the 13-year-old and did not know how Madeline died.
Basically, you have two warrants, so I'll let you know what those are.
Stearns, who faces the death penalty if convicted of killing Madeline, has pleaded not guilty to more than 60 criminal charges, including child pornography possession, sexual battery on a child, and first-degree murder.
All right. Well, good afternoon. So thank you for being here.
2 days after Madeline Soto failed to show up at school, authorities held their first news conference.
This is every parent's worst nightmare.
That news conference was held here at the Orange County Sheriff's Central Operations Center. Now, unbeknownst to the reporters who were gathered inside, 2 key witnesses were also in this building that day being questioned by detectives.
Would you like water?
I'm okay for now, thank you.
Okay.
In one room, Stephen Stearns. In a separate room, Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto.
They're very similar. They're both very childish.
All 3 events took place at the very same time here as investigators sought justice for Madeline.
Anytime we have like a missing juvenile, we certainly look at everyone that has contact with that juvenile.
While Orange County Sheriff John Mina was speaking to reporters, Stearns voluntarily waited in this interrogation room, puffing on a vape pen and attempting to set up his brand new cell phone.
Hi, I'm Siri. Hi, I'm Siri. Hi, I'm Siri.
Stearns' original cell phone had been seized by detectives the previous day. That phone contained photos and videos of Stearns sexually molesting Madeline, according to what investigators told the 13-year-old's mother in a nearby room.
So we have these images, and unfortunately, over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, he's been doing oral sex, vaginal sex, and things like that.
What makes you guys?
We have photos. We have his phone. We were able to get into his phone. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay?
How are you feeling right now? Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
As Stearns was taking a nap nearby, detectives described the graphic images to Soto.
I literally thought I was coming here for the press conference, but this is not what we're here for.
I know, and it's unfortunate that, these are the details that we found.
I believe you when you talk to me about those images.
Mhm.
Those images might be real, or they've happened, but I don't believe they're related to this case. It's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like, I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
At Soto's request, detectives agreed to let her see one of the photos allegedly recovered from Stearns' cell phone of Madeline being abused. Stearns' face could not be seen in the image.
Is he being placed under arrest because of those pictures?
Yeah, we haven't made that determination yet.
So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else? There's a side of me that wants to say he's innocent, that this isn't happen, but who else's penis could that be? She's not left alone with anyone else.
Why would they be on his phone?
Yeah, why would he be on his phone exactly? Can I make one decision now and change my mind later? If I decide not to press charges now, could I change my mind and press charges later?
It's a lot to digest.
Step on. How you doing, sir? Sorry.
That's okay. Didn't mean to wake you up.
Investigators do not believe Stearns got much sleep before this interview. Early that same morning, detectives say Stearns was caught on camera making a mysterious 6-hour drive from the Orlando area to his parents' home in Northport. While there, authorities believe he logged into his family's Wi-Fi and unsuccessfully tried to destroy the sexually explicit images from his Google account.
You have the right to remain silent.
After being read his Miranda rights, Stearns described driving Madeline to school 2 days earlier.
She didn't say anything. She was just asleep. She was just reclined in the chair sleeping.
Okay, explain to me, like reclining backwards?
Just laying back in the chair. Like that, I guess.
Detectives say photos captured by traffic cameras appear to show Madeline dead in the passenger seat of the car as Stearns drove around the Kissimmee area in the opposite direction of Madeline's school.
Do you have any idea where she may be?
No.
None whatsoever.
Detectives then questioned Stearns about his cell phone.
What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Good stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Trading card pictures. Lightsaber pictures. Disney pictures.
So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
No. Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
After Stearns requested an attorney, detectives arrested him on charges of capital sexual battery and possession of child pornography.
And if you could put your hands out like this.
Crime scene investigators photographed Stearns.
If you could open your mouth.
And they collected a DNA sample.
If you could take off your shirt.
Investigators seized Stearns' clothing, which he had been wearing since Madeline's disappearance.
Don't do anything squirrely, man. You will eat the carpet. Do you understand?
They also took pictures of Stearns naked, so the images could be compared to the sexually explicit photos allegedly found on his phone. 2 days after Stearns was taken into custody, authorities found Madeline's body. A grand jury later indicted Stearns for first-degree murder.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Stephen Stearns,
inmate at
Osceola County Corrections Department.
While in jail, Stearns called his mom and dad.
Were you expecting these charges? No. Okay, so you got blindsided by that.
Obviously, it's not true. I never would have wanted her gone for any reason. So, premeditated first degree is kind of a bunch.
Stearns' father asked about the night Madeline was last seen alive.
It was shaping up to be a great week and a great visit. There's no reason for anything to happen that happened. We're just rather lost for understanding how all this came about. We're just totally baffled. Well, I didn't start it. Oh, you didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not starting it.
After Stephen Stearns was escorted out of this door here at the sheriff's office in handcuffs, Jennifer Soto was allowed to leave out a side door and spent the night with family. But investigators were clearly suspicious of the mother and dragged her back in for questioning 2 more times.
But you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks.
That's next on Justice for Madeline.
With all kinds of people still.
Jennifer Soto arrives at the Orange County Sheriff's Office for another round of questioning, 4 days after her daughter Madeline vanished, and 2 days after her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, was arrested for sexually molesting the teen.
You want me to go through the whole thing?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take you through Sunday.
Okay.
By that point, Jennifer Soto had been questioned by detectives at least 7 separate times. Her story remained mostly the same each time she told it, but detectives say they noted several inconsistencies as they sought justice for Madeline.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
I got blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts. Okay.
On the night Soto reported her daughter missing, the mother wrote out this statement for police. It says around 8 a.m., she saw Madeline getting ready for school. Soto swore the statement was true, but in later police interviews, Soto said she never actually saw her daughter that morning.
I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with, I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't.
Soto now insists she last saw Madeline the prior evening, as the 13-year-old went upstairs to sleep in the same bedroom with Stearns.
So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me.
Detectives questioned Soto about how she, Madeline, and Stearns would occasionally sleep in the same bed together.
Did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that problem.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird?
No.
Okay.
Soto told investigators she originally did not feel comfortable with Madeline spending the night alone with Stearns.
I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all.
But over time, Soto says that rule went away.
And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point, like we really want to watch, I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him.
During a police interview the previous day, Soto made reference to a famous filmmaker who is married to the daughter of his former girlfriend.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child then turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man.
A few days earlier, detectives let Soto see a photograph that reportedly showed Stearns sexually abusing her daughter on the teen's bed.
When you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her?
What you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on.
After seeing the explicit photo, Soto says she told Stearns' father to hire an attorney for Stearns.
So he showed you photos of Stefan raping.
No.
The first thought you had is to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture, but whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the f did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please, I don't give a f about him. I'm not protecting him.
Detectives repeatedly asked Soto where Madeline's body might be hidden.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the f you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us, or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say it. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy. But I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this.
During this nearly 3-hour interrogation, Soto provided no details that would help authorities locate Madeline.
People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I hope in this situation it's today, tomorrow, Sunday. But we will find him.
Just 45 minutes or so after detectives escorted Soto out of the sheriff's office, deputies in Osceola County found Madeline's body. But even though the missing teen had finally been located, investigators still had questions for her mom. During one final interview at the state attorney's office the following month, Jennifer Soto was given a form of immunity whereby nothing she said could be used against her. The mother insisted she knew nothing about how her daughter died. Jennifer Soto has not been charged with any crimes. Stay with News 6 and clickorlando.com as prosecutors seek justice for Madeline.
This wench really pissed me off, and the fact that she got an immunity really pisses me off because you knew what was going on in that house with your child. And I think it's bullshit that she gets immunity because she should be charged with the shit that she did. Y'all heard, she just, and you could just hear the lies, the more lies, the more lies. The sex stuff's okay, get him a lawyer. She texted his dad after she found out that this dude touched her. Let's say, just play devil's advocate here, right? Let's say she didn't know. But, let's just say that. Then why in the hell would you tell his dad that he needed a lawyer? Why would you tell his dad that he needed a lawyer? She was like, it's okay with the sex stuff. She might have wanted it. That is some bullshit. Yeah, the way she said the sex thing was fine. Like, the fuck you mean? And why? Like, she knew this shit was going on for a long time. Because why the hell would you send your 13-year-old child, knowing they have a room downstairs, upstairs, in a room, in the guest room with him by herself? Why did that door have locks on it like it did on the inside? Why did that? Also, all of this stuff was stated. Like, that all those pictures were taken in her bedroom. Why wasn't that guest room upstairs with the locks in it her bedroom so she could lock her door from him? Why wasn't that her bedroom? Why was she downstairs so open and vulnerable to anybody that came in that house? I believe if they really look into that mother, they're going to find it ain't just Steven Stearns that did something to that baby. I believe if they really look into that mother, she was selling that baby. That she was doing things that were way worse than what they even know. I think there's a lot that they don't know, in my opinion. That's true, Michelle. She was just handing her baby off like she was a gift wrap present. She didn't give a dang about that baby as long as she got what she wanted. And she wanted that man. And she didn't care what that man did to her baby. You can hear it in her. She keeps trying to cover for him. She cares more about him than she does her own child. She don't care what happens to that. She didn't care what happened to that baby. And I'm betting if they really look into it, that child's been done a lot more dirty. And that poor baby, I would go to hell or jail for mine. And I'm going to tell you this. People like that deserve nothing but the worst to happen to them, and that mother along with it. And I hope she gets no moment of peace in her life. She doesn't deserve it. I hope that her daughter's memory eats at her every day of her life, but we know it don't. Did y'all hear that she only really cried when they were saying stuff about her not doing anything? And it was even a fake cry, like every single bit of it. She has no care in the world and had no care in the world for her child. When the second police interview happened, when they were saying, well, your stories don't match up, that's when you start hearing her cry because she's scared she's going to get in trouble. That's the only time you hear her cry. You don't hear her cry because she just found out a man, or supposedly just found out, I'm doing air quotes, a man was doing something sexually explicit to her child. She didn't cry for that. She didn't freak out. She didn't get outraged. She didn't say, I'm going to that motherfucker. Because if that had been me, I would have been threatening death upon him and all kind of things in that room. First off, I wouldn't be sending my child up to bed with some man, and no strange man would be in the house with my child. But I'm saying, let's say we're dumbasses, right? Let's just, devil's advocate. And you did find out somebody was doing something like that to your child. You would be a normal person, and a normal parent who loves their children would be outraged. We would be wanting to take his life. That I would be telling the police, you better keep him behind bars, because if you don't, when I get out, I'll be the one behind bars. And that is super sad, Miss Deb, that baby had to be on constipation because of that sorry mofo. And I'm going to say this right now. I hope he burns. I hope she does. And it's sad that she'll never, she deserves to be in prison for the rest of her life because that baby's innocence was stolen at a very young age. We all know that if he was messing with her when she was that, and he had been in her life since she was younger, you get what I'm saying? We all know that poor baby went through that for years. That wasn't just a few months type situation. Let's look up if we can find any background information on the mom. Madeline Soto's mom. Now, she did say that the mother did say she had bipolar, but that doesn't excuse shit because a lot of people have bipolar and they don't do that shit. They don't sell their kids. And I still can't believe that they gave her immunity. They gave her derivative immunity, a legal protection ensuring her statements cannot be used against her in future prosecution. But that's only her statements. Now, hey, twin mama. Heck yeah, you watching me for free on the Roku TV. That's what I'm talking about for the free $99. I believe, now here's the thing, they can't use her own words against her, like her own statements. It's kind of like the immunity doesn't cover that she'll get no charges like she thinks. It will, however, if she says anything that's incriminating, she can't be charged based on what she says. But if they find evidence, right, and other ways to convict her without her own words, they can convict her. However, what she thinks, it's called derivative immunity, which I'm going to look up what derivative immunity is, just so that we know exactly what we're talking about and we're not talking out the side of our faces. Derivative immunity is a legal concept that protects certain parties from liability due to their association with an entity or individual who has primary immunity. In the context of criminal law, derivative use immunity prevents the prosecution from using a witness's immunized testimony or any evidence derived from it against them in the future prosecutions. This type of immunity ensures that the witness statements cannot be used to incriminate them, similar to invoking the Fifth Amendment privilege. Additionally, in government contracts, derivative immunity may extend the principle of sovereign immunity to contractors based on their relationship with the government. Overall, derivative immunity plays a significant role in legal proceedings affecting both civil and criminal cases. So they can't use her own, oh wait, no, right here, types of immunity. Also known as total immunity, transactional immunity provides a shield against any future charges based on any matter. But here's the thing on this one, it says derivative immunity. So they can't use anything against that she says against her in a court of law, right? But it does not mean that she's completely immune, if that makes any sense. I am looking up to see if anybody has any background information on the mother. I'm not sure if we can find anything, but we're going to look. Also, there is a thing where Stephen Stearns is now trying to say during his jail phone calls with his parents, calls death an accident. Alleged Florida child killer Stephen Stearns, accused of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto, allegedly told his parents in a phone call months later that her death was all an accident. The Orange County Sheriff's Office said she was found off Hickory Road at 4:30 p.m. Police found the body and received a tip following press conferences early that Friday. Stearns was initially arrested. Let me see. Understand that anything I was not done while being in my rational mind. I had snapped at that point. I wish I had done the right thing to begin with. I wish I had run downstairs and shaken her awake and called 911 and all that. So they basically, he's stating that what everybody else says, where they drugged the baby up with stuff and she was not breathing and all this other stuff because of the medications that they gave her. There was jealousy on the other side too. I mean, if she told you, I hope you don't leave my daughter for me. She used it to joke about it, call it Electra complex. You should joke and say, you better not leave me for my daughter when she's older. Things like that, Stearns responded. In conversations with his father, Stearns painted a vague picture of what happened the night Madeline died, indicting that she had already died by the time he found her in the home he shared with Madeline and Jennifer Soto. Stearns called Madeline's death all accident, but couldn't explain what happened to her. Stearns' father, again, I know you can't talk about this, but it almost sounds like you didn't know something had happened to her. Stearns, well, I discovered her in the state that she was in after everything was said and done. So, I mean, obviously, I can't get into the details, but I'm not aware that she had passed on. Let's see. But I was not aware she had passed on. As you know, I'm up and down throughout the night, and I was not in the room the whole time. Stearns' father, was there anybody else at the townhome that was not a regular person? No, which is why I kept saying that I'm not sure that there's any one person honestly to blame, but they're certainly trying to blame me. Let's see. Stern's parents repeatedly questioned whether someone else was involved even after he learned prosecutors would seek the death penalty. He told them he had accepted his fate, calling it an easier option. Are you accepting this? Are you going to be the fall guy for this? Is this the deal? His father asked. Stearns replied that his only alternatives were execution or lifetime in a place where no one could care about him. I'm pretty positive that this was the accident. I'm not sure that any one person, maybe no one's to blame, everyone's to blame a little bit. Stearns remains the sole suspect in the case, and he also accused of SAing Madeline for years before her death. He remains behind bars without bond, and trial date scheduled to start in May. Check back for things. So he's basically trying to say that she was in that state when he found her or whatnot. Pretty much. Let's see. Let's see if we can find any background on this mother. Oh, and Stephen Stern says, I didn't start it. That's what he says. I didn't start it. How can a child start it? That's just messed up. That's beyond messed up. This is some of the jail calls right here.
What are the sleeping arrangements?
He sleeps in.
Okay. Did she sleep in her bed Sunday night?
No. We in the same bed together. To get some serious sleep, so she said no to that and suggested that I guess from upstairs I'd wake up then. So it's not only cut a time that would suffice for Jim to be able to sleep in peace.
So you say snuggle time, what does that mean?
I like to be alone. She's extremely dependent. She does not like to be alone at all. She needs human presence around her.
Well, that was murder defendant Stephen Stearns during his police interrogation, telling detectives about his cuddle time with his alleged victim, Madeline Soto. Stearns faces murder charges in the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. The murder charges are accompanied by more than 60 child sex abuse charges regarding Madeline as well. A new jail call between Stearns and his parents was released. And in that lengthy call, they press him about some of the allegations against him. Take a listen to this short clip.
Happy birthday, belated birthday, Mom, and happy belated Mother's Day.
Hi, sweetheart. I was so hoping to hear from you. I'm so glad I'm hearing from you now.
Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't able to call you all weekend. They had us on lockdown, so no one was able to do anything.
Were you expecting these charges?
No.
The murder charge.
Oh, well, we know you're not.
Okay, so you got blindsided by that.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not true. I never would have wanted her gone for any reason, so, premeditated first degree is kind of a difference.
Yeah.
No, I was wondering if you had any updates or anything.
Nope, we haven't heard a thing. Just, speculation that she's been
hiding,
put in an institution and hiding in an institution.
At her lawyer's request.
Yeah.
I mean, are you cooperating with police about her participation in any of this stuff?
There's been no opportunity for me to cooperate with anything. As I understand, the police keep saying that I'm uncooperative, but they haven't asked me anything to cooperate with, so whatever that means.
So your attorney isn't approaching them and saying, my client would like to speak with you?
No, my attorneys are pretty much saying to keep my mouth shut until the trial starts.
Well, okay.
Okay. I don't know why they were going to wait till the trial, but that's their business, not mine.
They don't want anything to hurt my chances.
Yeah, understand.
Obviously, there's concerns that they're artificially inflating everything up as high as they can possibly do it.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the plan is there. If they're just trying to scare me into pleading down, or I don't know.
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're just trying to hurt me as much as possible.
Are you able to share the Saturday night before you left for Kissimmee? You were pretty upset about something. Did it have to do anything with Kissimmee and the events that took place the next couple of days?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just stressed out about money and job and everything like that.
Some woman got on a YouTube thing and said that you weren't even at the party.
Party?
Yeah, her birthday party.
Yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. I went up there Sunday evening and got there after she was done at her party.
Oh, okay.
And we were very happy that I was there. We were very happy that the three of us were together. It was shaping up to be a great week and a great visit. You know, there's no reason for anything to happen that happened.
Is there some explanation of I came up Wednesday morning, met you at the hotel early in the morning, and is there some explanation why you left and went where you went?
I was driving around.
Okay, understood you were driving around, but they know where you were driving around.
Yeah.
And we know.
Okay. I had wanted to grab a few things and get my ducks in a row, kind of prepare myself for whatever was coming, but I couldn't find what I was looking for.
All right, so he had gone to his dad's storage unit. He wasn't supposed to be able to get in, according to the father, but he did. He was looking for something. That's what he said. They took cadaver dogs by there. There was some reaction, but nothing that sort of hit as maybe a body over there. So that was that. Let's bring in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney Robin Nunn, national trial attorney Michael Jaffer as well. Robin, I'll start with you. It's clear, I mean, the parents know what they know. They know where he was driving. They know what the police kind of know at this point. And I guess it's kind of sad because you kind of see dad feeling around to see what his son will tell him. Because in their heart of hearts, I feel like they know what happened here.
Yeah, it was a very sad conversation to listen to, quite frankly. You can obviously see two parents that are hurting, that are trying to get information from their son that they clearly believe is hiding something. And it seems pretty obvious from the phone call that he indeed is. The language that's being used isn't really natural. It's a bit cryptic at times, which makes me believe that, all the individuals on that call know a little bit more than they're willing to share or want to share. Everybody knows that those phone calls are recorded generally. So I think that they're being a tad bit careful. But at the end of the day, you can tell that the father does want to understand and hear from his son as far as what actually happened that day.
Yeah, Michael Jaffer, it's got to be heartbreaking. The father actually turned over a hard drive that had been in his home to the police. And on that, there was like 35,000 pictures of child pornography. Now, I don't know how much the father would know if he looked at it or if he just turned it over. I would tend to say parents kind of know their children on some level. But your reaction to what you were hearing on that phone call?
I was just gonna say what you said, which is the father seems to me like a pseudo investigator in this case. I don't like his behavior, to be quite frank with you. I was gonna say that he turned over the hard drive. He volunteered it. Nobody asked him for it. He volunteered it, and now he's on this phone call. You see the mom. She's not acting like an investigator. She's not trying to trip her son up into words. Look, there's two universes. There's a universe where Stephen Stearns did this, and a universe where he didn't do it. We obviously don't know specifically which universe we live in, but we live in one of the two. Whichever one of the two we live in. If we live in the universe where he didn't do it, hypothetically speaking, then the father's behavior is awful. If we live in the universe where he did do it, then the father's behavior is still awful, because at the end of the day, you got to have let your son out there, let him fight himself through. And if the evidence is overwhelming, if the evidence is beyond a reasonable doubt, it's going to convict him, he's going to convict him. But for him to be on that call and he was kind of waiting to pounce on his son, he didn't even say hi or anything. He just jumped in. Hey, what were you doing? Why were you upset? what if some of these things have a legitimate answer? What if they do? What if they don't? Either way, I don't like the way it wouldn't be shocking to me if the father testifies against his own son on behalf of the state at this point, right? So.
Yeah, I felt anger from the father, and I can certainly understand it because, again, I think there might be some inkling in his mind that he knows that his son just quite isn't right, and he's angry. Yeah. I hear that. Mom is a little bit more protective, but dad's angry. All right.
His dad has every right to be angry, but I'm going to say this. I love my kid with everything in me, but if I found out my child did some stuff like this, I do not believe I could even speak to him at that point. I don't think I could ever speak to my kid again if they did some stuff like this. I do not believe that I would be I think I would curse my kid out more than anything. I would be super upset. I would just I would be in one of those ways where I couldn't deal with that. Like, think about it. No matter how much you love your kid. Huggies, Michelle. I hope you have a good day. I don't think I'd be in the right frame of mind. Like, I'd have to punch my kid in the face. And I don't think I could be okay with him. I don't think. I mean, how would you feel if that was, you find out that was your kid kind of situation? I don't know if Jen Soto and Steven Stearns talked. I think we've already seen this video right here. Yeah, it was by strangulation. What it was, and that's what the medical examiners, office said, that it was strangulation. There was a 500-page document and a jail phone call Steven Stern placed on his father, and he sits behind bars waiting a trial. Steven is charged with murdering his girlfriend's daughter, 13-year-old Madeline Soto, and essaying her for years before her death. Madeline was reported missing. We all know this. They found the essay. They found over 35,000 images, and that's just what they could find. Think about that. That's just what they could find. That's so sick. That's just one sick. And I'm trying to look up and things about Madeline's mother. But obviously there's he did say that he found her in whatever state she was in. And he said to his parents that he snapped that night that Madeline died. Anything I did was not done while in my rational mind. I wish I had done the right thing. I wish I had called 911. Maybe she could have been saved. He said that to his parents. That was his exact words. In another recorded call, Stern's mother confronted him about those disturbing images. Stern claimed that Madeline's mother was aware of what he described as the girl's crush on him. Well, then why would the mother send her there to sleep with you? His mother asked, according to Fox. He said Madeline often shared a bed with her mother and Stearns. And Stearns claimed on the call that Jennifer Soto would joke about it, saying, "You better not leave me for my daughter when she's older." Jennifer Soto has not been charged with any crime. Throughout the recorded conversations, Stearns never directly confessed to killing Madeline. Instead, he claimed to have found her after she had already died. I discovered her in the state that she was in, he said. I can't get into details, but I'm not aware she had passed on. I wasn't in the room the whole time. Stearns also spoke about his likely fate. I accepted they may put me to death, he told his parents. His father pressed him further. Are you going to be the fall guy for this? He asked. If you're not part of this, let's clear it up. It's not for you. than for the families. Stern replies that his options were limited. It's either that or spend the rest of my life somewhere where no one cares. So he knew he was gonna get life regardless. And he's trying to now say that possibly somebody else strangled her and that he found her in that state. I mean, it is possible that her crazy ass mama could have done it, but he still deserves to go to prison for the rest of his life. The sad part is, Catfish, I don't know if she ever will be charged. I don't think, it's sad. I don't think that we all think they'll give her immunity to testify against him. I think that's the crazy part. And she deserves prison for the rest of her life, in my opinion. Same as him. That baby was in jail for all her life, wasn't allowed to live, had her mama's boyfriend grooming and messing with her and stuff like that. And the mama knew about it. You can't tell me that. Y'all saw the locks on the inside of that bedroom. There was locks on the inside of that door. And the room was plain and bare, only a bed in it. Why were there locks on the inside of that door like that? The only time you see that is in them things where people are what is that when they sell their kids or they're selling somebody or trafficking. I believe the mother was trafficking that child, and I pray to God it wasn't more than what she already went through. But it just seems weird the fact that there's a damn locks on the inside of the door, but she didn't even have a bedroom with a door. She was downstairs in the open with just a little divider thing as her bedroom. Why wasn't she in that bedroom with her own locks so she could lock her door to keep him out of her room? And then the same pictures of the covers you saw on her bed, that's why she didn't want to sleep in that room. That's why she kept wanting to try to sleep with mother, because she thought that if she was in the bed with her mother, he wouldn't be able to do nothing with her. That's why she didn't want to be alone. She was hoping it would stop. And the sad part is, the mother knew about it and would make that joke. Well, don't leave me for my daughter. Who says some stuff like that? Who even thinks that? If I even thought somebody was messing with my child, it'd be the end of day. Ooh, they wouldn't be here no longer. Let's just say that. She's just as guilty. Yes, she is just as guilty. And the sad part is, most likely she'll get away with it. That's the sad part. That's the saddest part of the situation. She deserves to be in prison right along with him, right beside him. She deserves the penalty of death also, because as a mother, you're supposed to protect your children from everything. But I'm fixing to get off here. I'm eating my pizza right now, and that shit pisses me off. Yeah, the housemate seen Stearns washing clothes, in which she said he never goes near the washing machine. He never goes near it. But that day he went near the washing machine. Guilty. And I'm going to say this. I believe without a doubt, the mom knew everything. The mom knew everything, and she allowed it to continue because she wanted to keep him as her man. She cared more about him than she did her own child. And that's sad to say, that poor kid. And she was jealous of her daughter. How can you be jealous of your child? But anyway, I'm going to go eat. The workmen are here, so my dogs are going to start acting up. Huggies, beautiful peoples. I will see y'all later. Bye.
I'm from the T-U-P-E-L-O. I'm reppin' my hood, so love I'm gon' show. From the T-U-P-E-L-O. I'm reppin' my hood to the day that I go. From the T-U-P E-L-O, I'm reppin' my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the T-U-P-E-L-O, I'm reppin' my hood to the day that I go.
I'm from the west side, we don't need no introduction, this was the best ride. We all big boy rolling and holding, come take a test drive. Hilldale, Evergreen, Glenkirk, Adder Street, bending every corner on the west, and that's where I'll be. Sunroof back, Captain C banging down 1800, chunking up the deuce to my post slanging down on 1800. Show no love to the ladies that's training round on 1800, making time stand still, crystalline swinging down on 1800. Watching out for them knuckleheads that be staying round on 1800. Big rims and low poles be blanging round on 1800. Better completely change the way you're thinking about round 1800. Really hate to see you boys get left slanking around 1800. Out of street got some history, just let Captain C lay it out. If I don't finish it all on this one, let the second verse play it out. Remember the blue apartments from OG standing back there by 60 deep. Bull walking, car blue, a big Anthony Hughes and P.
I'm from the T-U-P-E-L-O, I'm reppin' my